In a corner of the southwest of the ancient Yan Empire, known as Anshan, ancient legends tell that Cyrus's fate was prophesied before his birth. According to tradition, his mother Mandane was the daughter of Astyages, king of the Medes, worried by a dream that foretold that the child would overthrow his throne. Astyages ordered the young Cyrus to be killed. But the officer entrusted with this task was touched by the baby's innocence and decided to entrust it to a shepherd family. So begins the story of a boy destined for oblivion, but destined for greatness. Whether or not these details are true, they show how the narrators already saw in Cyrus an unusual aura, that of a person capable of emerging from danger and forging an empire. Even at a young age, Cyrus is said to have shown remarkable empathy and was able to unite rival tribes. The southwestern border of the Zagros Mountains was not a peaceful land. Warlords fought over water sources, trade routes, and farmland. But Cyrus seemed to navigate these tensions with a rare mix of kindness and determination, forging relationships with pastoralists and local petty rulers. As time passed, the rumors began to tell less of the child saved from the wrath of a king than of a charismatic young man ready to challenge the received views of the ancients. The ancients, although cautious, found him surprisingly convincing. When he reached adolescence, his lineage forced him to approach the court of Anshan. There he discovered that his father, Cambyses I, was a vassal of the Medes. The influence of the Medes, concentrated in Ecbatana, dominated the region. This angered the once powerful kings of Anshan, who now played a subordinate role. Cyrus quickly realized that many in the southwest had had enough of the media taxes and arbitrary demands. He observed these discontents and concluded that if he one day came to power, he could turn this anger into a united front. Despite Mede rule, Anshan retained a distinct cultural identity rooted in Elamite and Persian traditions. Cyrus, eager to learn, studied the ancient languages of the region and learned the laws and ancient myths from the scholars. From this he developed a worldview based on respect for cultural differences, an idea that would later guide his style of government. He understood that lasting rule required respecting local traditions rather than imposing a uniform system. As a young adult, Cyrus served briefly in the Median army, possibly under the watchful eye of the Astyages. Traditions differ regarding their relationship. Some say the old king, ironically, loved Cyrus for his charm, without recognizing the growing ambition within him. Others believe that Astyages deliberately kept him close to prevent any rebellion. In any case, Cyrus discovered the weaknesses of the Medes from within. Although they had powerful cavalry and solid fortresses, corruption and complacency ate away at the Astyages' bureaucracy. His courtiers fought at lavish banquets, while the vassal states suffered heavy tribute demands. The scene was ready for a revolt, provided one man dared to initiate it. With the death of Cambyses I, Cyrus became the nominal ruler of Anshan. Very soon tensions broke out with Ecbatana. Around 550 BC, in 400 BC, Cyrus began a rebellious movement and united the Persians under his banner. Old accounts tell us that he proclaimed that it was time to free himself from Median rule and establish a new order under Persian leadership. He marched north and sealed alliances with other disaffected tribes. Astyages mobilized his troops, but found that many officers had turned their backs on him, lured by the promise of a more just rule embodied by Cyrus. In an astonishing turn of events, Cyrus took Ecbatana without much resistance. He captured Astyages and ended his reign. But Cyrus did something unusual for a conqueror. He spared the former king's life. He integrated the Median capital and its aristocracy without bloodshed. a strategy that would become the hallmark of his future empire: respect for the local elites as long as they obeyed him, while other empires would have razed Ecbatana to the ground to erase their past. Cyrus recognized its value. He took advantage of the existing administration and created a kind of dual monarchy, medieval and Persian. Even then, observers recognized that Cyrus was no ordinary warlord. He was also a political strategist. Now, as king of the Persians and Medes, he ruled from Ecbatana, taking over the Median structures and at the same time integrating Persian elements. He reorganized the army by combining the heavy cavalry of the Medes with the disciplined infantry of the Persians in a few years. The rumor of a new power spreading across the Iranian highlands reached the west, as far away as Lydia in Anatolia, and the outskirts of Mesopotamia. Many laughed at the idea that a young Persian kingdom could surpass powers like Lydia or Babylon. But Cyrus, steadfast, continued to forge alliances, expand his supply routes, and strengthen his borders. He sensed that wider horizons awaited him, lands ruled by kings who saw him as a simple invader. The following chapters would prove them wrong. Cyrus' conquests would redraw the political map of the entire region. Conquering the throne of the Medes was only a first step. Cyrus now turned his gaze westward to Lydia, which was ruled by the rich king Croesus, possessing immense gold and forged alliances with the Greek cities. Croesus, king of Lydia, watched anxiously as the Persians took power over the Medes. He feared that Cyrus' rapid rise would threaten the eastern border of his kingdom. Some of his advisors advised him to form an alliance with this new Persian king. But Croesus, proud of his wealth and diplomatic connections, chose confrontation. The decisive moment came when Cyrus advanced from the Zagros region to the Halys River, the natural border of Lydia. Croesus went to meet him, thinking he was making a quick campaign to teach the Persians a lesson. After a few indecisive battles, winter was coming. Croesus, convinced that there was a lull in the war, dismissed his mercenaries and prepared to resume hostilities in the spring. But Cyrus, breaking seasonal customs, pursued the Lydians in the middle of winter. This boldness surprised Croesus. A series of small skirmishes weakened the Lydian outposts when Croesus tried to gather his allies. Cyrus was already at the gates of Lydia. The final siege of Sardis, the capital of Lydia, became legendary. The city was perched on steep cliffs, which made it appear impregnable in the eyes of its defenders. But Cyrus discovered a rocky slope that was considered impossible to climb and therefore hardly guarded. At night, his men climbed this dizzying slope, surprising the guards and opening the gates to the main Persian forces. Sardis fell and Croesus was captured. According to tradition, Cyrus intended to execute Croesus at the stake, but he changed his mind, perhaps moved by the defeated king's words about the cruelty of fate or influenced by an oracle or an advisor. Eventually, Croesus was spared and given an honorary position in the new Persian government. This gesture embodied a typical strategy of Cyrus, to defeat his enemies but often subsequently integrate them, while maintaining local structures if they recognized his authority. With the subjugation of Lydia, Cyrus also inherited its Anatolian possessions, including the Greek cities in Ionia. These cities had treaties with Croesus, but remained wary of Persian rule. Some tried to resist, but Cyrus appointed local cities who demanded tribute without disrupting customs. Gradually, the Greeks of Ionia realized that Persian rule could be tolerable as long as taxes were paid. This approach eased tensions. Although riots occasionally broke out, The Persians recognized the importance of maritime trade for the Ionian economy. Therefore, Cyrus avoided any oppression that might affect trade. These cities, initially concerned, discovered a conqueror who was more tolerant than expected. Then came the inevitable confrontation with Babylon, the famous Mesopotamian empire. Its king, Nabonidus, was known for his peculiar religious policies, which angered some factions in the city. Many of Marduk's priests rejected his excessive worship of the moon god Spn. Meanwhile, the Babylonian provinces began to falter. Cyrus sought to exploit these divisions. He conducted correspondence with Babylonian dissidents and presented himself as a liberator who wanted to restore the cult of Marduk and correct the king's failings. Clay tablets found centuries later show that some elite circles in Babylon received him favorably. 539 BC. In 400 BC, Cyrus marched on Babylon, defeated the main army at Opis without much difficulty, and then, in an event shrouded in legend, entered Babylon without resistance. The city gates opened, perhaps due to the inhabitants' exhaustion at Nabonidus' mistakes. The metropolis fell almost smoothly. Cyrus turned these conquests into an empire that became known as the Achaemenid Empire. He promulgated a policy of respect for religions and local traditions and viewed this approach as essential to stable rule. The most famous evidence of this policy is the Cyrus cylinder, which was found much later and is written in cuneiform. He praises Cyrus as the chosen one of Marduk, who came to restore the cult in Babylon, and tells how he made possible the return of the exiled peoples, creating the image of an almost benevolent conqueror. Historians debate the actual level of this tolerance and point out that fiscal demands remained high. Nevertheless, by the standards of the time, Cyrus avoided burning cities or leading entire populations into slavery. He preferred to integrate local elites into his administrative structures. This policy also applied to the Hebrews exiled to Babylon. Cyrus allowed them to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple. In the Hebrew scriptures, he is described as the Lord's anointed, a pagan king who became the instrument of the divine will. For Cyrus, this strategy made it possible to strengthen loyalty in a multicultural empire. He knew that military power alone was not enough. Prosperity, trade, and religious freedom were essential to stability. Around the middle of the 6th century BC, in the 4th century BC, his empire stretched from the border regions of Anatolia to the Iranian plateaus, with Babylon becoming his second capital. Cyrus oversaw the expansion of trade routes, and thereby promoted the safety of caravans. A new administrative organization emerged. Each province or satrapy received a satrap, often a local, loyal noble, balanced by traveling inspectors and direct communication with the throne. Freed from local conflicts, trade flourished. Western sources sometimes called him legislator, although he did not write a legal code like Hammurabi. He preferred to maintain local laws unless it was necessary to change them. By forming this empire, Cyrus outshone the old model of fragmented city-states. A single authority now ruled over a multitude of peoples speaking different languages. Ionian Greek, Aramaic, Lydian, Elamite. Anything seemed possible, but such a vast empire inevitably encounters new frontiers. The question arose, should we continue expansion or consolidate our achievements? Cyrus, once hidden as a child with shepherds and now master of a known world, had to decide, should the empire pause or continue to pursue its destiny? With the capital city of Babylon integrated, Cyrus turned his sights to the east. The Iranian plateau extended to the steppes of Central Asia, the land of nomadic peoples, who were known for their martial mobility. According to some legends, Cambyses I warned his son. These tribes hardly recognized fixed borders. Nevertheless, this border had to be fortified in order to secure the trade routes from the Indus Valley or Bactria. Cyrus sent his armies to the Oxus River, Amudarya, and forged alliances with the local chiefs. Some tribes, attracted by trade and royal gifts, cooperated. Others resisted, leading to skirmishes in the desert canyons. Cyrus participated in part of this campaign using his usual strategy. The subjugated tribes retained their heads and some autonomy in exchange for tribute. This method was in contrast to the forced relocations or massacres that were common at the time. But the environment was harsh: oppressive heat during the day, icy nights, ambushes by fast riders. In Bactria, Cyrus discovered an ancient civilization, with fortresses, irrigation systems, and trade connections to India. There he met artisans and scholars who practiced an ancient form of Zoroastrianism. This encounter perhaps confirmed his approach to religious tolerance. Even the coins of the period show a mix of local imagery and Persian inscriptions, a reflection of fusion rather than dominance. Historians see this as the germ of an empire that was able to last for centuries where others collapsed. But the East never fully acquiesced. Beyond Bactria lived the feared Massagetsi, skilled horsemen led by a warrior queen, Tamiris. To attempt an attack on them meant crossing semi-desert areas where supply routes had collapsed. Nevertheless, around 530 BC, Cyrus undertook BC in advance. According to some accounts, he had a bridge built over the Jaxartes River, or tried to lure the Massagetsi to favorable terrain. The outcome was tragic. Herodotus reports that a fierce battle defeated the Persian army. Cyrus, who refused to escape, was captured or killed. According to legend, Queen Tamiris ended his life herself. Tamis, according to legend, dipped Cyrus' severed head in a sack of blood and cursed him for devouring his people. Although these dramatic details cannot be confirmed with certainty, ancient accounts vary. Some say Cyrus died of his wounds, others speak of an accident in the desert. However, they agree on one point: his death occurred on the eastern borders of the empire. This sudden end silenced the idea that he could have further consolidated the empire. Without him, power passed to his son Cambyses II, who turned the focus to Egypt. Had Cyrus not risked the deadly bet in the east, he might have had decades to refine his rule and link Asia Minor to the Indus in lasting peace. The news of his death caused deep sadness in the heart of the empire. He had ruled for almost 30 years and created the largest empire the region had ever seen. Even in Babylon, where the priests had praised him as Marduk's chosen one, there was a sense of real loss. In southwestern Persia, popular legends glorified him as the liberating father from the Median yoke. The Greeks in Ionia, although sometimes hostile to Persian rule, showed him more respect than his successors. Cyrus' body was apparently brought back from the battlefield and buried in Pasargadae, the place he himself had chosen. Old travelers describe his tomb as a simple but noble complex with a gable roof, without a magnificent temple, but surrounded by gardens. All later Persian kings honored this sanctuary and avoided desecrating it. Alexander the Great visited this tomb centuries later and is said to have found an inscription praising Cyrus as the founder of an empire. This moment made one think, every conqueror, no matter how great he may be, eventually meets death. This tomb, although occasionally looted or neglected, still stands in ruins, a silent witness to the transience of power. Cyrus' death caused the monarchy to waver for a moment. Cambyses to set out to conquer Egypt and thereby covered up the internal tensions. But the memory of Cyrus never faded. Every Persian ruler, from Cambyses to Darius, claimed his inheritance. They credited him with creating a unified imperial identity that united languages, religions, and customs under a common administrative framework in every corner of the empire. From the Ionian coast to the Indus Valley, the idea of kings, respecting local traditions while demanding loyalty, became the cornerstone of imperial ideology. Even in his absence, Cyrus remained a benevolent shadow, guiding the empire through his ethical stance. The Achaemenid dynasty he founded lasted for 2 centuries until it collapsed in the 4th century BC, was replaced by Alexander, but even then, his memory remained alive. When Alexander arrived, some communities remembered that Cyrus had once freed them from tyranny. Curious, Alexander visited, in 330 BC, his grave in Pasargadae. Contemporary witnesses describe him as humble, but solemn when he saw a stone chamber and the king's remains on a gilded deathbed. After realizing that the tomb had been looted, Alexander ordered repairs. This gesture showed how much Cyrus's reputation as a generous ruler impressed even his conqueror. Greek sources, such as the Cyropedia of Xenophon, further strengthened his legend. Xenophon portrayed him as an exemplary ruler, wise, just, and loved by all. Modern historians debate the accuracy of this image, and sometimes see it as a moral lesson as much as a historical account. But this portrait shaped the Western idea of the enlightened monarch. Roman thinkers such as Cicero and Machiavelli cited Cyrus as a model of a wise ruler. The expression benevolent conqueror probably found one of its first advocates in the way the Greeks redefined his image. The darker sides of his campaigns, such as the capture of Lydia or the bloody battles in the East, took a back seat to these moral narratives. In later Persian tradition, Cyrus became a cultural icon, morally outshining even Darius. Some medieval Muslim scholars called him Du al-Qarnayn, the one with 2 horns, and identified him with the Quranic figure who traveled the world and faced tremendous challenges. Even if this equation is not without controversy, it illustrates Cyrus' wide cultural influence. In the Middle East, he was recognized as a defender of religious tolerance. His famous cylinder is often quoted, in which he proclaims that he has received Marduk's blessing and is allowing the exiled peoples to return to their homeland. This document is considered one of the oldest known texts affirming religious freedom. Debates continue. Was this cylinder also a propaganda tool to legitimize his rule? Perhaps, but his difference compared to the conquerors of that time, who often imposed monocultic cults, remains striking. Even today, Iranians see Cyrus as a symbol of national pride, tolerance, and wisdom. In the 20th century, secular nationalists embraced him as a figure of a glorious past. In 1971, the Shah of Iran held a grand ceremony in Persepolis to celebrate the empire founded by Cyrus. This event, although later criticized, showed how vivid the memory of the king remained. Revolutionaries may have rejected the monarchical instrumentalization of history, but rarely Cyrus himself. A little-known aspect is the influence that his style of government had on subsequent empires. The idea that subjugated peoples could retain their laws, cults, and aristocracy in exchange for tribute and loyalty set a precedent. Centuries later, the Ottoman Empire used a similar system, the millet, which was in keeping with Cyrus' principles. His legacy spans the centuries, from a child promised death, to a unifying strategist, and finally to a conqueror who built a stable empire. Each era interpreted him anew. Some praised him as an ideal king. Others reminded us that every conquest harbors a dark shadow. But regardless of interpretation, one thing remains. Cyrus embodied a new kind of imperial vision based on tolerance that eclipsed archaic tyranny and tribal strife. He left behind a model of government that has endured through the centuries, far beyond the ephemeral politics of his time. When examining the organization of his empire, one can see his intelligence. Instead of installing Persian governors everywhere, he created the system of satrapies, which granted autonomy to local elites, provided they swore allegiance and paid taxes. Each satrap managed daily affairs and was monitored only by royal authority and the eyes and ears of the king, the roving inspectors. This structure reduced rebellions as local customs remained respected. Unlike the Assyrians, who deported populations or ruled with terror, Cyrus established a more flexible rule in which local identity was recognized. Even its water system proves this. In some provinces, conflicts broke out over irrigation canals. The Persian administration then appointed official judges to decide these disputes, reducing tensions and promoting agriculture. Perhaps it is these local reforms that explain the empire's economic prosperity, eclipsing the older model of a warlord who collected tribute only by threat. Greek contemporaries had different views of Cyrus. Some saw him as a gentle father figure, others as a cunning strategist who only exploited tolerance to keep rebellious tempers under control. In the Ionian Greek city-states, part of the population admired him for overthrowing Croesus of Lydia, who had previously pushed them into the background, ironically creating the image of a liberator. But the Ionian elites soon learned that Persian suzerainty came with its demands, tributes, garrisons, complex negotiations if they wanted to maintain some local autonomy. Despite commercial expansion under Persian rule, Ionian elites remained alert to potential changes in imperial policy. One of Cyrus's most surprising features is that he never referred to himself with a grandiose title such as Emperor of all Empires. Instead, he preferred to resort to traditional titles such as King of Anshan, King of the Medes and Persians, or King of Babylon in the official inscriptions, linking them into a chain that eclipsed ancient rivalries. Each region viewed him as the legitimate successor to their own monarchy, which encouraged rapid acceptance across very different countries. This synergy between recognized monarchy and pragmatic policies prevented many local uprisings. Only the stubbornly independent tribes of the eastern steppes remained completely resistant to incorporation. Modern archaeologists studying sites such as Pasargadae and Ekbatana have discovered inscriptions praising Cyrus's prestigious titles and charity. At the same time, however, they also found traces of forced tribute and forced labor, a reminder that every empire pays its price in sacrifices. The difference lies in the balance. Created by Cyrus, a typical severity tempered by strategic gentleness. A city that surrendered could keep its local council and initially only had to pay a portion of the tribute. A rebellious region, on the other hand, could regain its privileges after pacification as long as it recognized imperial suzerainty. This model was repeated throughout Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and beyond, forming an empire that lasted for centuries. One can wonder what the world would have looked like if Cyrus had not died in that Oriental campaign. Perhaps he would have founded a definitive capital that combined Persian and Mesopotamian aesthetics. He may have expanded his empire as far as the Indus, thereby eclipsing Darius' later conquests. But the brutality of his death left these questions unanswered. However, his model was so solid that his successors, such as Cambyses II and Darius I, could draw on it without having to reinvent it. They maintained the satrapy system and the local autonomy approach. This continuity proves how deeply rooted Cyrus's vision was in the foundations of the empire. His policies, comparable to newly constructed irrigation canals, penetrated the veins of the administration and outlasted the passing preferences of subsequent kings. In the centuries after Cyrus, wave after wave of conquests rocked Western Asia. Alexander's invasion, the Seleucid Empire, the Parthians, and finally the Sassanids. Each new ruler claimed the former lands of the empire for themselves. But the repeated references to Cyrus' tried-and-tested methods in local legends often outshone the short-lived dominance. Cyrus' system became a model for the administration of a multi-ethnic territory. Even the famous Sassanid house, centuries later, declared that it would revive the spirit of the Achaemenid monarchy. Their coins and reliefs sometimes recalled motifs from the time of Cyrus, now embedded in a new Persian identity. This cyclical pattern of repeated references to Cyrus shows that he was not just a short-lived conqueror, but an enduring archetype. Outside the Middle East, Greek authors transmitted an idealized depiction, culminating in Xenophon's Cyropaedia, in which Cyrus was portrayed as the epitome of royal virtue. For 2 millennia, this text influenced political thinkers from Machiavelli to the founding fathers of the United States. They found lessons about the balance of fear and love, the art of forging alliances, and the art of uniting disparate peoples. Ironically, the real Cyrus was probably far more pragmatic and sometimes merciless than Xenophon's moral hero. But the outshining impact of this text profoundly shaped Western political thought. Modern Europe, fascinated by enlightened despotism, saw in Cyrus an ancient role model, a king who could rule divided princes through central authority without sacrificing tolerance in his homeland. The tomb of Pasargadae endured storms and conquests, eclipsing ephemeral sanctuaries. When Alexander visited it, he left it intact. Later, the Parthian and Sassanid kings, although they did not venerate Cyrus, recognized the importance of the tomb as a link to a glorious Iranian past. Legends surrounding the tomb persisted during the Muslim conquest. Some called it the Kaaba of Solomon, Kaaba, the tomb of Solomon's mother, although the locals probably still retained the memory of Cyrus. Only a few travelers, Venetian merchants or Ottoman envoys, documented a lonely, tower-like structure on the Iranian plateau, overlooked by no major city. Inside, faded inscriptions or engravings referred to a king who had once ruled the region like a colossus. In the 20th century. As modern Iranian nationalism awakened, Cyrus' memory was rehabilitated as a symbol of national unity and historical greatness. Shah Reza Pahlavi visited Pasargadae and organized ceremonies there, breaking the archaeological silence of the site. The monarchy sought symbolic connections to an ancient lineage and promoted the Cyrus cylinder as an early charter of human rights. This interpretation glossed over the imperial complexities of his conquests, but provided a reference point for Iranian identity. Even post-revolutionary Iran, while reinterpreting the pre-Islamic exploits, could not completely ignore the significance of Cyrus. Pilgrims continued to come, some discreetly leaving flowers at the grave to honor the father of the Persian Empire and overcome theological differences. on a global scale. The Cyrus cylinder circulates in museums and sparks debates about religious tolerance, good governance, and the narrative of an enlightened empire. Some critics warn against anachronistically stylizing Cyrus as a modern democrat. He remained an absolute monarch. Nevertheless, the succinct message of clemency and return of the exiles stands out clearly from the brutality of contemporary conquerors. The idea of a state that respected local gods and temples was radical for the time. This does not mean that Cyrus was free from cruelty. In some resistant provinces, the Persian armies could be relentless and use siege forces to starve cities. But once victory was secured, tolerance and acceptance of local practices outshone complete submission. Researchers point out that such moderation likely prevented many uprisings. The peoples under Persian rule paid taxes and served in the army, but retained shrines, local councils, and some cultural autonomy. This fragile balance became the real strength of the empire and made Mesopotamian or Neo-Assyrian methods based on terror fade away. Looking at Cyrus' life as a whole, one sees a tension between epic heroic deeds and fleeting mortality. He went from a child condemned to death to a ruler who made kings bow from the Aegean to eastern Iran. He outshone those who believed themselves invincible, but himself succumbed to the dangers of the border wars. But his empire continued to bear the imprint of his administrative genius. Even after his death, his memory overshadowed the memory of common warlords and became a revered legend in many cultures. The cyclical reappearance of his name among the Greeks, the Romans, the Iranians, and modern thinkers attests that the influence he exerted on governance and tolerance has never been erased. His career paints the picture of a ruler, at once the archetype of the ancient conqueror and a figure that goes beyond that. He formed a lasting empire that dwarfed the local kingdoms of his time. He merged compassion with power and designed a model of rule beyond the usual tyranny. Communities scattered by centuries of migration sometimes referred to Cyrus as a symbol of a tolerant monarchy, a rarity in an era predominantly dominated by despots. As the West rediscovered antiquity, Cyrus outshone numerous lesser-known figures and appeared in classical sources as a conqueror who maintained his moral integrity. From a modern perspective, one might ask whether his conquests do not cause a moral quandary. Can a ruler who nevertheless shed the blood of those who opposed him be called great? This question goes back to the norms of the ancient world, where violence was often considered law. But Cyrus's distinctive characteristic was to partially break away from this norm, using power but cloaking it in diplomacy and local respect. This mediatory attitude distinguished him from his contemporaries, a far cry from the brutal conquests of the Assyrians or the narrower religious fervor of some later rulers. Perhaps the essential lesson of his reign is that leadership comes from the ability to forge alliances across borders, respect differences while pursuing a common cause. Cyrus' key achievements: the unification of diverse peoples, the promotion of trade routes, the standardization of administration, were based not only on military triumphs, but also on negotiation, compromise, and the awareness that one must overcome divisions to build an empire that will last beyond one's own lifetime. In fact, although he died in a battle on the border, the foundation of his empire endured for centuries. The brevity of individual existence reminds us that even the greatest rulers are merely guests in history. And so, as we close the chapter on Cyrus the Great, a picture emerges of a man who knew how to harness power while recognizing that the vibrant core of an empire lay in the cultural mosaic he wove. He overcame petty conflicts and archaic tyrannies, and set an example of pragmatic tolerance. In the gallery of the world's conquerors, some cruel, others cunning, he stands out for his integration of compassion into conquest. The centuries that followed, from Alexander to modern accounts, confirmed that his memory remains luminous, an archetype of how ruthless ambition can be tempered by genuine care for the subjugated. He forged an empire that erased the old models to establish new, lasting and more humane ones. And so ends our great tale of Cyrus the Great. Maybe it's time to delve even deeper into the Persian Empire tonight, because even I've learned something new. You're probably already asleep at this hour, except for my dear insomniacs, of course. To our new friends joining us, we always offer a variety of topics, some new, some old, to guarantee you a story that suits you. The best bridge between despair and hope is a good night's sleep. So rest, my friends. Good night, sleep well, and may no bedbugs bite you. Charles John Hotham Dickens was born on February 7, 1812, in Portsmouth, England, an unremarkable seaside town where the shipyards hummed with naval activity. His father, John Dickens, was a clerk in the Naval Pay Office, and his mother, Elizabeth Barrow, juggled between her domestic duties and personal literary ambitions. Although today's readers often imagine a childhood full of charm, Dickens's youth was anything but romantic. It was one of precarity. Many reports first tell of a boy who was forced to work in a shoe polish factory after his father was imprisoned because of debts. This humiliating episode is well known, but what is less often highlighted is how much this period ingrained a sense of betrayal in Dickens. He felt abandoned by his parents, who placed him in a dirty factory on the banks of the Thames, where he spent his days scraping labels off bottles. This experience left deep scars. He later disguised this trauma in comic passages or mourning scenes in his novels, but the pain of his childhood never completely disappeared. Before this time, at the factory, Dickens had briefly attended a school in Chatham, where his teachers considered him brilliant and inquisitive. He devoured cheap adventure stories and sometimes wrote little sketches. If not for the financial worries, he might have continued his education without interruption. Mourning colored some later chapters of his writings. The fleeting nature of life became a subtle melody in his novels, for he recognized that personal tragedy was inseparable from comedic lightness. But audiences continued to clamor for his stories, eager for that unique Dickensian style in which vivid characters danced between humor and sadness. So Dickens ended the 1830s at the height of his fame, but increasingly conscious of the moral weight of his fictional worlds. Beneath the success, the seeds of tension sprouted: creative demands, growing families, and increasing social awareness of the failings of the system. He persisted, convinced that fiction could inspire empathy and inspire reform, paving the way for the following decade in which his ambition would grow with each new novel. Dickens's fame shone intensely in the early 1840s. Publishers urged him to write new novels while audiences devoured every published episode. Determined to balance entertainment and social commentary, he devoted himself to projects such as Nicholas Nickleby, in which he denounced the abuses in Yorkshire boarding schools. He visited one of these homes incognito and was horrified by the misery forced upon the children. These direct observations fueled the novel's harsh criticism. Dickens wanted to shake readers' complacency, convinced that exposing corruption could spark reform. Despite his success, Dickens felt a growing unease. The constant deadlines were suffocating him, and the sprawl of London was beginning to overwhelm him. In search of new inspiration, he travelled abroad in 1842, first to America, which he imagined as a land of democratic ideals. But the journey revealed contradictions. He found some Americans warm and inventive, but was shocked by widespread slavery and the cultural piracy of his works, without any payment for copyright. He wrote American Notes, a travelogue that combined admiration and unvarnished criticism. Some American readers felt betrayed by this honesty, but Dickens remained steadfast in his belief that truth prevailed over politeness. After returning to England, he finished Martin Chuzzlewit and incorporated an American episode inspired by his experiences. Sales figures initially collapsed. The novel's complex structure confused readers who were expecting a lighter comedy, but Dickens persevered, true to his evolving style. In his private life, he struggled with financial worries. Despite considerable income, his lavish lifestyle, large houses, numerous children, frequent receptions, ate up his resources. He feared falling back into the insecurity of his childhood. In this area of tension, Dickens found solace in his philanthropic commitment. Together with Angela Burdett Coutts, he founded Urania Cottage, a refuge for homeless women and former prostitutes. Practical skills and moral principles were taught there. Dickens was personally involved. He interviewed the candidates, he organized the daily routine, and wrote short moral stories for the residents. This direct engagement revealed his sincere desire to make a real impact, favoring concrete action over abstract philanthropic talk. In parallel with publishing magazines and writing novels, Dickens dreamed of a lighter but meaningful project. In 1843, he wrote the short novella A Christmas Carol with great dedication, in which he described the urban distress in the middle of the festive season. He hoped to inspire compassion with a ghostly tale of purification. The success was immediate, a culturally significant work that inspired generosity and social consciousness. Dickens recognized that short, concise works could convey moral messages as powerfully as long novels. Despite the public adoration, his private life showed signs of tension. Catherine gave birth to several children and was exhausted, making her less able to accompany Dickens on his travels. Dickens then deepened relationships with other women, sometimes purely platonic and sometimes the subject of rumors. Biographers still debate the emotional complexity behind this facade of familial respectability. In public, Dickens cultivated a jovial image and organized lively evenings dominated by games and comic readings. But his diaries reveal occasional outbursts of anger over trivial things, a clear sign of underlying stress. Professionally, in 1840, he started a new weekly periodical, Master Humphrey's Clock, which would serialize stories, including The Old Curiosity Shop. The tragic heroine, Little Nell, embodied the sentimentality of the time. Readers were deeply touched by her fate, and the final chapters sold at a rapid pace. Some critics thought this sentimentality was excessive, but Dickens dismissed the objections, convinced that emotions were necessary to inspire moral empathy. The buzz around this novel demonstrated its enormous power to touch the masses. But Dickens could not rest on his laurels. He knew about the fickle audience. This pressure was eating away at him. At times, he even thought about a career in the theatre, which he loved passionately. He staged amateur performances, distributed the roles among friends, and read his works with dramatic intensity. These private performances presaged the public readings that would mark the end of his career. As the 1840s progressed, his worldview became sharper. He no longer limited himself to just comical satirical social sketches. The European political upheavals, especially the revolutions of 1848, and widespread poverty affected him. While traveling through Europe, he noticed crumbling palaces next to slums. This fueled his growing desire to denounce social injustices. His novels began to criticize institutions more aggressively: ineffective charity, debt bondage in prisons, inhumane factories. He retained the humor that made him popular, paving the way for his most incisive works, and for a more radical critique of Victorian hypocrisy. The mid-1850s brought a Dickens who was ready for new transformations. His married life became increasingly strained, but fatherhood demanded his presence. Literary fame reached its peak, as did the audience's expectations. He felt the friction between domestic reality and his creative aspirations. Leaving David Copperfield behind, he turned to novels that were tinged with more cynicism. The city, with its smoke and its labyrinthine institutions, remained his muse. He felt that the fountain of stories was far from running dry, even if his personal happiness was still eluding him. In 1854, Dickens published Hard Times, a shorter novel that dissected the barren industrial world of Coketown. The rigid figure of Mr. Gradgrind embodied a utilitarian philosophy that took a mechanical approach to education and factory work. Critics were divided. Some praised this targeted denunciation of industrial dehumanization, others considered it too polemical. Dickens, however, was pleased. Hard Times had sparked a passionate debate about factory conditions and the dominance of fact over imagination. At the same time, his private life was in crisis. His domestic unease increased. Catherine, of gentle nature, was unable to alleviate Dickens' sense of imprisonment. His letters reveal his dissatisfaction with what he saw as a lack of enthusiasm or consent. Although many contemporaries suspected that it was Dickens' own inner turmoil that drove him to use her as a scapegoat, the emotional abyss widened. In 1857, Dickens met the actress Ellen Ternan, a young performer in a theatre production he was organizing. Their relationship, starting discreetly, became intense. Dickens' marriage collapsed. In 1858, he demanded a legal separation, a scandal at the time. He insisted on retaining custody of most of the children, leaving Catherine isolated. Publicly, he used his magazine Household Words to make statements about their separation, blaming his wife and fueling the rumors. His liaison with Ellen Ternan remained hidden. Dickens resorted to various strategies to protect her secret. Professionally, he turned to public readings, which he had been planning for a long time. In 1858, he began a series of performances in which he performed excerpts from Oliver Twist, A Christmas Carol, and other works. The audience was spellbound. He embodied every character and walked the stage with theatrical energy. Some listeners cried at Nancy's tragic fate. Others laughed loudly at his comical characters. For Dickens, these readings provided both artistic fulfillment and income. But they exhausted him physically. He put so much energy into them that he sometimes joked about his own fatigue while enjoying the applause. In 1859, he founded a new weekly magazine, All the Year Round, which effectively replaced the previous one. The very first issue contained the beginning of A Tale of Two Cities, now more drawn to historical drama. Dickens depicted the French Revolution, there weaving together themes of sacrifice and resurrection. The style was more concise and less extravagant than in his earlier works, probably a reflection of a mind sharpened by his personal upheavals. The first lines, which spoke of the best and worst of times, entered the cultural vocabulary and encapsulated the fears of the Victorian era. The novel achieved enormous success, boosted by the distribution of the magazine. At the same time, Dickens championed philanthropic innovations. He took part in debates about public cleaning and called for the expansion of London's sewage network. He also contributed financially to the construction of housing for the poor. However, his charitable approach remained steeped in moral paternalism. He believed that discipline and moral education were the key to uplifting those in need. This vision sometimes came into conflict with reformers who advocated structural changes. Another important novel, Great Expectations, was published as a serial novel from December 1862 to August 1861. Written amid the controversy surrounding his breakup, the work explored questions of identity, social ambition, and illusions. Pip's desire to become a gentleman reflected Dickens' own journey to overcome his humble origins. The gloomy atmosphere of Satis House reflected his emotional state, mixing regret, bitterness, and enduring compassion for imperfect humanity. Readers hailed the story as a masterpiece, praising its exciting plot and lack of excessive sentimentalism. Dickens valued this success very much, but behind the scenes, he was battling grief and a sense of personal failure. As the 1860s progressed, Dickens' health deteriorated. He suffered from gout, foot pain, and persistent fatigue. The reading tours often forced him to travel by train, sometimes at night. The Staplehurst train crash in 1865 almost cost him his life. He was in a first-class compartment, hanging over the collapsed tracks. He helped save other passengers, but the psychological trauma remained and worsened his suffering. Nevertheless, he continued the public readings and edited new excerpts, David Copperfield and Nicholas Nickleby, too. The audience remained spellbound. Now a venerable figure in his black coat, Dickens coughed during performances, but refused to slow down the pace. The rumors about Ellen Ternan continued. He only confided in a very narrow circle, skillfully protected Ellen and rented separate accommodations under fictitious names. The moral climate of Victorian society required discretion. Few friends dared to confront him, although some quietly sympathized with Catherine. Dickens persisted, convinced that his literary mission justified his personal entanglements. He threw himself into every new project with enthusiasm, as if he were fleeing a bad conscience. This paradox, great empathy for his characters, but complicated empathy in their private lives, shapes his last decade. The public saw him as a defender of social justice. His family, however, suffered from the pressure of his exclusive commitment to his work. By the end of the 1860s, Dickens maintained a frenetic pace. He continued to edit all the year round and published serial novels at the same time. He also undertook new reading tours and travelled beyond London to the Midlands and Scotland. Every hall was packed with admirers eager to see the great novelist embody Fagin, Scrooge, or other iconic characters. He perfected his performances, fine-tuning the dramatic pauses and the comic rhythm. Ticket prices rose, but viewers felt the experience was worth the price. During these tours, he wrote Our Mutual Friend 1864 to 1865, a novel dealing with river dredging, inheritance, greed, and social advancement, by weaving a plot around a drowned man and a pile of rubbish that became a fortune. Dickens showed the macabre side of London. Critics found the work dense and at times confusing, but praised its virulent satire on the obsession with wealth. This portrait of moral corruption reflected his own concerns about aging in a society that was losing its ethical bearings. The ongoing emotional stress took a heavy toll on his health. He frequently wrote letters reporting migraines, insomnia, and shortness of breath. Still, he refused to slow down. Some historians claim that this frenzy of activity was for him an antidote to introspection, little willing to confront. Dickens nevertheless also shaped the image of social and philanthropic activism. His unsparing portrayal of workhouses and the cruelties inflicted on children in factories galvanized later reformers. Wilkie Collins, Elizabeth Gaskell, and other members of his circle adopted similar strategies and used fiction to dramatize social injustice. Today, some charities supporting literacy or children's well-being cite Dickinson emphasized the universal empathy that his works continue to inspire. Even in political debates about homelessness or child poverty, Dickens is occasionally cited as a moral authority, a reminder that forgetting the most vulnerable leads to deeper crises in the private sphere. Revelations about Ellen Ternan came to light at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, which shattered Dickens's immaculate image. Letters and memoirs revealed that he supported Ternan financially and divided his life between public duties and a secret domestic relationship. Some admirers felt betrayed that a moral advocate had led a double life. Others have argued that Dickens's intimate complexity embodies the very raw human contradictions that underlie his fictions. This debate reflected broader challenges to Victorian icons subjected to the test of modernity. The method of serial publication used by Dickens also influenced subsequent generations of writers. The principle of disseminating one's stories in weekly or monthly episodes, creating suspense and establishing a close connection with the reader, resonates in the pulp magazines of the 20th century and today's web series. The interaction between the audience's real-time reactions and the development of the plot shaped his approach. He sometimes adjusted the arc of certain characters depending on readers' liking. Modern authors experimenting with episodic storytelling owe a quiet tribute to this innovative structure. Tourists still flock to Dickens' emblematic sites in London, the Dickens Museum on Doughty Street, the site of the shoe polish factory on the Thames, and the barren remains of Marshalsea Prison. Especially at Christmas, crowds rediscover A Christmas Carol, whose countless adaptations underscore the victory of generosity over stinginess. The cultural impact of this story endures because Dickens was able to capture fundamental themes: remorse, redemption, and communal warmth. The name Scrooge has become synonymous with avarice, a testament to Dickens's enduring influence on language itself. His life is an illustration of reinvention and tireless determination. From a traumatized child polishing pots in a factory, he became an international celebrity, juggling between philanthropic causes and convoluted intrigues. He was a model of resilience, driven by a deep moral imperative. Although times have changed, his push to shine a light on the marginalized remains highly relevant. His influence can be seen in social justice campaigns modeled on his plea for empathy. After all, Charles Dickens remains at once the comic chronicler of Victorian idiosyncrasies and the relentless critic of institutional failings. Its lush storylines, populated by eccentric characters, have never overshadowed the underlying currents of injustice. He remains an enigma of contradictions, public moralist but private secret, advocate of family security while tearing up his own home, comic entertainer but astute social commentator. This complexity enriches his legacy rather than weakening it. His work endures, reminding us that laughter and compassion can coexist with deep outrage at cruelty. and that a simple pen, guided by empathy and indomitable imagination, can change the perception of an entire society. In February 1865, the city of Columbia burned and was at the center of heated debates over who was responsible for the fires, Union troops or Confederate troops. Sherman denied any involvement in the fire, but suspicions remained, woven into local reports that the Union had deliberately set fire to the cradle of the rebellion, advancing into North Carolina. Sherman took a somewhat milder approach because that state had not shown the same secessionist fervor as South Carolina. The operational logic, however, remained unchanged: weaken Confederate forces, disrupt railroad communications, and inflict demoralized Southern troops. In April, Lee's surrender of Virginia's Northern Army to Grant was reported from Appomattox. Sherman's men sensed that the end of the war was near. Hopes grew that the campaign could be completed without any further major battles. But then a tragic turn occurred. On April 14, 1865, John Wilkes Booth assassinated President Lincoln, shocking the entire Union leadership. Grief and anger permeated Sherman's troops. Negotiations with Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston in North Carolina then became tense. Sherman, eager for a rapid reconciliation, submitted conditions that Washington judged too generous, including political concessions that exceeded his authority. The War Department, shaken by Lincoln's assassination and advocating harsher measures, rejected Sherman's agreement. Some accounts suggest that Sherman was naive or had overstepped his authority. This fiasco briefly tarnished his reputation. A renewed negotiation ultimately resulted in Johnston's surrender on April 26, effectively ending the war in the Carolinas. Sherman's desire to heal the wounds quickly clashed with the combative mood in Washington and caused misunderstandings that would last for years. Despite this friction, the North hailed Sherman as a hero. His soldiers admired him and affectionately called him Uncle Billy. Impressed by his tireless energy and talent for keeping morale high, Southerners, however, condemned him as a cause of devastation. He rarely attempted to soften this image, declaring that war was an atrocity and any attempt to refine it was futile. This direct view shaped his entire strategy. For him, the war had to be fought with full commitment, or not at all after the war. Sherman supervised the military districts of the South and tried to maintain order in the chaos of Reconstruction. He found political conflict tiring and preferred direct military leadership to the complexities of civilian politics. His legacy was sealed by his campaigns, regardless of later complications. The challenge for him and for the nation was to deal with the resentment left by total war while focusing on rebuilding a unified country. William Tecumseh Sherman hoped that the clarity of military hierarchy in wartime would carry over into peace. But the post-war period was anything but smooth. In 1865, he was appointed commander of the Mississippi Military Division, which covered most of the devastated South. During Reconstruction, conflicts emerged between the conciliatory stance of President Andrew Johnson and the strict demands of the radical Republicans in Congress. Sherman moved cautiously in this climate and avoided political confrontations. He clashed constantly with civilian authorities over the treatment of the South's freed African American populations, former Confederates, and devastated infrastructure. For him, the army was supposed to maintain order, not influence the inevitable social upheavals. He doubted that Union soldiers could remain in the South long-term and pointed to the lack of a quick solution to heal the deep wounds. His refusal to fully embrace the ideas of Reconstruction frustrated the radical reformers who demanded consistent enforcement of civil rights. Southern whites, wary of Northern occupation, rejected even basic orders. Aware of his precarious situation, Sherman sought solace in family life. In 1866, he settled in St. Louis, Missouri, to command the military division of the Missouri, an area that stretched from the Mississippi to the Rocky Mountains. The conflict now shifted westward as American expansion collided with the indigenous peoples. Sherman was tasked with protecting settlers and railroad lines, which led to frequent clashes with tribes hostile to invasion of their lands. This phase of his career is less well known than his achievements in the Civil War. The indigenous peoples, betrayed by broken treaties and forced to relocate, encountered a military Sherman who advocated the use of force to achieve federal goals. His view of the Indian Wars reflected his entire military philosophy to decisively break resistance in order to prevent a protracted bloodbath. He ordered military campaigns that destroyed villages, decimated the bison herds, and drove the population onto reservations. Historians compared these methods to his scorched earth strategies. For Sherman, the strategy was simple: crush any opposition as quickly as possible. He saw no ethical dilemma in forcibly relocating indigenous peoples to achieve the nation's goals. This unwavering attitude cemented his reputation as a man of decisive answers. The changes in Washington also influenced his career. Ulysses S. Grant became president in 1869, and Sherman was appointed Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army. This position gave him broad oversight of military operations, but disputes with the War Department quickly followed. Sherman believed that the chain of command was being undermined by the civilian power's attempts to control the military. Tensions escalated under Secretary of War William W. Belknap, who later resigned amid scandal. Sherman's private letters reflect his frustration with these politicized policies, as he sought the disciplined cooperation that was common in wartime. He also faced family difficulties. Ellen, his wife, came from a devout Catholic family, while Sherman had no interest in organized religion. Their spiritual differences occasionally led to tension. The tragic death of her son Willie in the war left a deep wound. Another son, Thomas Ewing Sherman, became a Jesuit priest, a decision Sherman reluctantly accepted. During this time, Sherman wrote his memoirs, which were published in 2 volumes in 1875. Memoirs of General William T. Sherman. The work offered an immediate account of his life leading up to the Civil War. Critics praised its clarity and honesty, although some pointed out omissions or bias. In the foreword, he stated that he would describe the events as he experienced them, no matter who it made uncomfortable. The memoirs shaped the public image of a general who preached direct action and transparency. Sherman led an army searching for meaning in a changing country. In the 1870s, industrialization accelerated. Questions about global development arose, and the frontier of the West disappeared. The army shrank, overshadowed by new millionaires and the political turmoil of the Gilded Age. Sherman complained that the population had become lax about national defense and forgotten the painful lessons of the Civil War. In his reflective moments, he recognized that this reduction in military presence was probably beneficial for a unified country, even if it left him personally somewhat perplexed. Intercontinental telephones connected people, businesses expanded, and Sherman felt torn as he watched these changes. He appreciated the United States' desire for growth, but worried about the social instability that could result. For him, the Great Railway Strike was a warning sign. Worker dissatisfaction was increasing. He warned that unaddressed social tensions could erupt into violence. Although he was not an economist, Sherman recognized patterns of conflict and warned policymakers that ignoring workers' demands would threaten the country with warlike chaos. Towards the end of the decade, he settled in New York, joined various circles, and wrote letters criticizing sensationalist journalism. He was already used to the media pressure from the war, in which he was sometimes portrayed as a hero, sometimes as a criminal. Tabloids profited from controversy, which made him wary of interviews. Young journalists sought his advice on military matters. He stressed that future wars could bring unimaginable destruction due to modern weapons. For him, there was only one strategy. Either you fully committed yourself to the war, or you left it alone. Sherman's health deteriorated with age. Stiff joints, chronic pain and fatigue accumulated over years of uniformed service. However, he refused to portray himself as a frail old general. He strolled through the streets of Manhattan in simple clothing, greeting those who recognized his grayish hair. He visited West Point and other military installations and offered direct advice. Train with strict discipline, but hope never to have to use this emergency in a civil war. Listeners sensed that behind his harshness lay deep wounds, forged by the harsh realities of the conflict. Over time, people came to see him as a grandfather figure. His once impetuous character had softened. Fundamentally, however, he remained the man who had roamed Georgia, convinced that discipline was necessary in a changing modern America. William Tecumseh Sherman remained an influential figure. Its influence waned gently without ever fading, a vivid reminder of an era when cities trembled as blue uniformed troops marched past. He spent his final months in New York, surrounded by family and friends. Stoically, he occasionally made sad comments about how the Civil War had tarnished his reputation. He knew that for many Southerners, his name meant terror. Burned houses, destroyed railroad tracks, and the relentless advance of the Union armies. For others, especially in the North, he was the decisive factor in the fall of the Confederacy, ultimately saving many lives by ending the war. This contrast made him resigned. History rarely offers balanced judgments, especially for those who have managed conflicts in controversial ways. In January 1891, Sherman fell ill with pneumonia. The doctors tried everything, but his condition worsened. At the beginning of February, it was clear that he would no longer recover. He faced the end with the same openness as his military strategies, allowed some treatment, and faced death with haunting clarity. He died on February 14, 1891, at the age of 71. The news spread across the country. The South reacted calmly. Some newspapers published simple obituary entries. Others recalled the suffering caused by his march. The North, however, honored him as a hero who had shattered the illusions of war and forced the Confederacy to surrender. Foreign commentators highlighted the Civil War's global influence on military thought and noted that Sherman's death marked the end of an era, that of bold, large-scale military maneuvers. His funeral in New York drew a massive crowd. Veterans in uniform saluted his coffin. Young spectators watched the funeral procession with fascination and listened to the words of the old generals who had served in it. The army paid full tribute to him, whose sense of duty had shaped the war. Pallbearers included distinguished civilian and military figures, underscoring the lasting impact of his life on America's growth. His remains were transported in solemn silence to St. Louis to be buried next to his wife Ellen, who had died several years earlier. Subsequently, newspapers and magazines began to reevaluate his career. Writers debated morality and necessity. Did Sherman's campaigns improve the war or spark new conflicts? Some editors saw him as the inventor of modern total war, emphasizing how entire communities, and not just soldiers, became targets of massive warfare. Others expressed concern about the impact on civilians and claimed his method called into question the ethics of combat. Armies around the world studied, adopted, or criticized his tactics. Before the First World War, German officers studied the route to the sea in detail in order to derive their own military doctrine from it. Sherman's view that the war must be waged decisively, without illusions or refuges, had consequences far beyond American borders. Nations still steeped in romantic images of war were forced to confront the harsh realities he exposed. Decades later, Europe experienced even more devastating wars, raising the question, was Sherman a visionary, a prophet of mechanized destruction? Personal accounts of Uncle Billy were well known to Union veterans. Anecdotes described him talking to a frightened child or sharing a simple meal with a rural family. These tales attempted to humanize the man many Southerners had despised. His letters show that he had a dry sense of humor, which he often used to lighten tense situations. The contradictions are numerous: loving father for his soldiers, unrelenting terror for his opponents, harsh criticism of any half-heartedness in battle. Sherman, along with Grant, Lee, and Jackson, is considered a central figure in the Civil War. Numerous statues were erected in the North, showing him on horseback with a determined look. In the South, however, he was often overshadowed by local heroes. The generation that had lived through the war gradually disappeared, leaving a legacy frozen in textbooks, speeches, and tours of battlefields. Sherman's historical significance is enormous, although difficult to summarize for a nation always searching for interpretation. Contemporary historians take on new perspectives, exploring the psychological impact of his first missions in the swamps of Florida, or the crucial influence of family connections to Thomas Ewing. Some question his behavior during the Indian Wars. How could a commander who defended the Union encourage brutal measures against the native people? These nuances underline the complexity of his life. Neither a simple hero nor a pure villain, he embodies a changing America, confronted with its crises, its technological advances, and the expansion of its borders. The name Sherman evokes ruthless columns, burning storehouses, and a war that redefines the rules of combat. He remains considered a key figure in the Civil War, but judgments about his actions are still changing, more than 130 years after his death. Researchers, military historians, and enthusiasts still examine his strategies in search of subtle lessons. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton was born on August 9, 1757, surrounded by the rolling hills of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, while her mother, Catherine Van Rensselaer, came from one of the region's most influential families. Raised in a large family that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet power of tradition, the family estate hummed with life. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories around the fire, traveling merchants came to do business, and politicians stopped on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts of people: haughty aristocrats, exhausted militia officers, and the occasional foreign emissary. But their domestic life had its own complexities. Although wealthy, the Schuyler family bore the fears of a colony on the brink of conflict. Tensions between Britain and its American subjects are simmering. As a child, Eliza watched her father weigh the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and conversations around the table often centered on strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future out of uncertain times. Despite these worries, her childhood retained a certain magic. She roamed the gardens along the Hudson and dreamed of distant places that she only knew from the stories of travelers. She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged through laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, late-night raids into the kitchen to steal sugar cookies. Eliza was neither as studious as Angelica nor as lively as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity as puberty approached. Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of femininity, sewing circles, courtly dances, and hospitality lessons, which were considered essential to any young girl's future. For some, these rituals were routine, but Eliza approached them with true kindness. She discovered that she could relax people in her presence. A smile here, a well-placed joke there. It was less about climbing social ranks and more about creating a real connection as she transitioned into her youth. The American Revolution went from whispered speculation to lived reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuylers' lands, forged alliances in the saloon, and concerns about the future permeated everyday life. Eliza's father was sent on a mission across the region, leaving her mother to manage the day-to-day operations of the estate. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness and noticed how the women in her family stepped in when the men went off to war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777 marked a significant turning point. That year, British troops threatened the Hudson Corridor, and even Albany appeared vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schuylers stood firm and relied on Philip's strategic acumen. Eliza watched her once quiet home transform into a nerve center of patriotic supporters. Cards lay on the tables. Correspondence was delivered by exhausted messengers, and the dull rumble of weapons stacked in the yard filled the air. Amid this hustle and bustle, Eliza became fully aware of the role she played in the swirling drama of the birth of a young nation. With Angelica away to forge social alliances in other colonies and Peggy moving from one acquaintance to another, Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normality. She visited the wounded in makeshift hospitals and packed care packages for the soldiers. Although she was still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening to adult conversations. She was an active participant and embraced the cause of freedom that her father defended as the war raged. Each new day seemed to bring a surprise, changing alliances, uncertain supply situations, and the sadness of lost battles. In this crucible of revolution, fate would present her with a young, passionate officer, illegitimately born and with limitless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same again. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton was born on August 9, 1757, surrounded by the rolling hills overlooking the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and an influential landowner in the colony of New York. Her mother, Catherine Van Rensselaer, came from one of the region's most important families. Growing up in such prosperity might have inspired pride, but Eliza, as she was affectionately known, early distinguished herself among her peers for a rare warmth of heart. She spent her early years in a large family that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet power of tradition. The Schuylers' estate was a lively meeting place. Soldiers told anecdotes around the fireside. Merchants came to do business, and politicians stopped on the way to their meetings. In this whirlwind of visitors, Eliza learned to talk to all kinds of people: haughty aristocrats, exhausted officers, and even foreign emissaries. Yet domestic life was not without its complexities. Although wealthy, the Schuyler family felt growing unrest in a colony on the brink of conflict. As a child, Eliza watched her father consider the possibility of war with Britain. Philip Schuyler became a general in the Continental Army, and dinner table conversations often centered on strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These conversations gave Eliza a deep understanding of politics, which she saw not as an abstract game but as the uncertain construction of a future. Despite the tensions, her childhood retained a touch of magic. She explored the gardens overlooking the river and dreamed of distant lands that she only knew from travelers' accounts. With her sisters Angelica and Peggy, she shared a bond of laughter and pranks, jokes at her cousin's expense, late-night expeditions to the kitchen to steal sugar cookies. Eliza was neither as intellectual as Angelica nor as lively as Peggy, but she combined a discreet determination with a considered curiosity as she approached adolescence. Her mother taught her the roles expected of a young woman: sewing circles, ballroom balls, lessons in hospitality. For some, these rituals were arduous, but Eliza devoted herself to them with benevolence. She found that she could make people feel comfortable with a smile or a cleverly placed remark, not out of a sense of status, but out of a genuine desire for human connection. Towards the end of her youth, the American Revolution went from mere hypothesis to reality. Soldiers camped on the Schuylers' lands, alliances formed in the saloons, and unrest crept into everyday life. Philip Schuyler was sent on missions throughout the region and left his wife to manage the property. In this context, Eliza learned resilience. She watched as the women in her family took over the tasks while the men fought. In 1777, British troops threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany appeared vulnerable. While other families fled south, the Schuylers, trusting in Philip's genius, persevered. Eliza watched the once peaceful house transform into a nerve center of patriotism. Cards littered the tables, exhausted messengers hurried about, and weapons piled in the yard. With Angelica away making alliances elsewhere and Peggy staying with acquaintances, Eliza took on new responsibilities. She visited the wounded, packed packages for the soldiers, and participated in the war effort. She was no longer the little girl listening to adults talk, but rather an agent of this national birth. And in this troubled context, fate led them to a young officer of illegitimate parentage and boundless ambition, Alexander Hamilton. Their first meeting dates back to 1779. Hamilton was an aide to General George Washington, known for his brilliant letters and strategic insight. Hailing from the West Indies and born out of wedlock, he might have been marginalized, but his intelligence and patriotic commitment earned him respect and admiration. They met in the Schuyler mansion thanks to mutual acquaintances. Hamilton made a strong impression, short, energetic, with a rare liveliness. It was said that he could dictate several letters at the same time. Eliza, quieter, was impressed. Their conversations initially revolved around the war, the British troop movements, and the suffering of the soldiers. But a deeper connection emerged. Eliza discovered a sincere ambition in Hamilton. He appreciated her gentleness and humble intellect. They walked through the gardens and forged a community rooted in hope and duty. For Eliza, however, doubts remained. Wartime engagements were risky. She knew how quickly death could strike. But Hamilton's letters during their separations were tender, profound, speaking of the couple's unity as well as the nation to be built. When he called her Elisa, the tone was both familiar and respectful. They married on December 14, 1780, in a ceremony that fused love and revolutionary fervor. Philip Schuyler, although caught up in the turmoil of war, hosted a lavish reception at the mansion. Officers, dignitaries, friends of the 13 colonies crowded there. Candles, violins, toasts to freedom and unity. For Elisa, it was a bridge between her youth and a new future. But the promise of that beginning was quickly overtaken by reality. Hamilton returned to his post. Eliza, trained by her father's wartime experiences, adapted. She managed the finances, stored important papers, and listened to Hamilton's doubts. Their love was rooted in need, the testimony of two people united by the hope of a world that should be rebuilt. The images of a dignified First Lady, champion of human rights and redefining the role of women in politics, are well known. But her story begins in a time marked by silent assumptions about what women could or should do. Her journey from shy orphan to global influencer was in no way predictable. Born Anna Eleanor Roosevelt on October 11, 1884, she grew up in a family marked by prestige but also personal tragedy. Her mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, was famous for her beauty and social manners, while her father, Elliott Roosevelt, was the charismatic but tortured brother of future President Theodore Roosevelt. Some reports paint a striking contrast between her parents, a distant mother, an unstable but loving father. Eleanor remembered her with childlike nostalgia, longing for love and recognition. Her mother's criticism of her appearance would haunt her for a long time, and her father's alcoholism would tarnish her tender affection. These paradoxes shaped Eleanor's self-esteem early on. At the age of 10, she lost both parents. Her mother died of diphtheria, and her father died 2 years later after long personal struggles. Without her protective parental home, Eleanor moved in with relatives who upheld the strict conventions of New York's upper class. She was a shy child, overshadowed by cousins who found her seriousness strange. She found solace in reading, especially in stories about courageous heroines and moral dilemmas. Her maternal grandmother, Mary Ludlow Hall, insisted on a conventional upbringing in the hope that Eleanor would become a perfect debutante. But the young girl internalized a strong sense of duty and self-confidence. She learned to organize tea parties and navigate social conventions while developing an inner determination. The gap between the confident girls around her and her own insecurities never completely disappeared. But she forged a methodical approach to personal growth. At 15, she was sent to Allenswood Academy, a boarding school near London. There, Eleanor finally found a nurturing environment under the guidance of Marie Silvestre, an educator famous for encouraging independent thinking. Silvestre recognized her hidden potential and encouraged her to express her ideas. Gone were the limitations of superficial salons. Classes focused on world politics, literature, and critical thinking. Eleanor traveled through Europe, absorbed cultural differences, made friends, and learned to question what was taken for granted. The shy girl from New York's high society woke up to the complexity of the world. Back in the United States at 18, she found it difficult to readjust. to the strict expectations of debutante life. Magnificent dresses, balls, and polite suitors determined her everyday life. But she longed for more substance. Her family urged her to follow tradition, marry a good husband, produce heirs, and carry on the Roosevelt name with dignity. Inwardly, however, her convictions became stronger. She felt that she had a bigger role to play. She began working in immigrant reception centers, confronted with poverty and discrimination. This was her first personal contact with social injustice. During this time, she reconnected with a distant cousin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a charming young man determined to pursue a political career. Their shared namesake and connection to Theodore Roosevelt made their relationship almost inevitable, but their union was based on more than just strategic marriage. Franklin admired her earnestness and warmth. She found in him a lively optimism that promised a life full of adventure. Despite the reservations of his domineering mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, they married in 1905. Theodore Roosevelt, then president, walked the bride down the aisle, enveloping the young couple in national attention. The beginnings of their marriage immersed Eleanor in the complexities of the Roosevelt clan, which Sarah ruled with an iron hand and strict ideas about household management and social status. While she gave birth to 6 children, one of whom died in infancy, Eleanor found it difficult to maintain her own identity. She realized that her new role was like a performance. The once shy orphan, now mistress of the house and political wife. But behind the facade, she observed, learned, and set herself the goal of finding her own voice. Her childhood had taught her to survive loss and isolation. Marriage had taught her duty and compromise. In her mid-20s, Eleanor Roosevelt found herself at a crossroads. A respected wife in a prominent family, but aware that she had not yet truly found herself. She had endured grief, integrated criticism, and now sought to combine motherhood with social commitment. As Franklin's political ambitions took shape, she would be tested and discover how profound her influence could be. Would you like me to continue writing the sequel in the same style and in French? It's a long text, and I can expand on it section by section if you want. Eleanor Roosevelt conjures up the image of a worthy First Lady who championed human rights and pioneered redefining the role of women in politics. Yet her story begins in an era steeped in quiet conventions about what women could or should do. Her career from a shy orphan to a globally influential figure was in no way predictable. Born Anna Eleanor Roosevelt on October 11, 1884, she came into the world into a distinguished family, but one marked by personal tragedies. Her mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, was famous for her beauty and social elegance, while her father, Elliott Roosevelt, younger brother of future President Theodore Roosevelt, was charismatic but plagued by personal problems. Her mother's cold emotional distance and her father's alcoholism left a lasting impression on the young Eleanor, who grew up constantly striving for recognition and affection. She became an orphan at the age of 10. First, she lost her mother to diphtheria, and 2 years later her father. Placed with relatives who adhered to the strict codes of New York's upper class, Eleanor felt isolated and often overshadowed by more extroverted cousins. She found solace in reading, especially in stories of courageous heroines. Her maternal grandmother, Mary Livingston Ludlow Hall, hoped to make her a perfect debutante. But Eleanor already harbored a quiet desire to develop on her own terms. At the age of 15, she was sent to Allenswood Academy, a boarding school near London, run by Marie Silvestre, an educator known for encouraging independent thinking. There, Eleanor experienced a caring environment for the first time since her parents' deaths. Encouraged to speak out, she awakened to the realities of the world and developed a more critical view of society. She traveled Europe, made friends, and began to question conventions. She returned to the United States at 18 and found it difficult to readjust to the superficial expectations of social life. Balls, formal dresses, and admirers determined her daily routine, but her interests lay in deeper topics. She began volunteering in community centers, where she encountered immigrants facing poverty and discrimination, her first direct experience of social injustice during this time. She became close to her distant cousin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, an ambitious young man who aspired to a political career, despite the objections of Franklin's domineering mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt. They married in 1905 in a ceremony where President Theodore Roosevelt personally walked the bride down the aisle. The beginning of their life together was marked by Sarah's omnipresent surveillance of her household and the restriction of Eleanor's independence. Nevertheless, Eleanor was devoted to her children and developed a special empathy through her own rejection. She continued her social activism through the Junior League and charitable work in Manhattan, closely observing the injustices experienced by working class and immigrant families. When Franklin entered politics, she discreetly traced his beginnings while recognizing the limitations of a political system that was often alienated from the realities of those most in need. The First World War marked a turning point. While Franklin held a position in the Navy Department, Eleanor volunteered with the Red Cross, visited military hospitals, and witnessed the human toll of the conflict. This experience finally distanced her from social receptions. She wanted to take concrete action. In 1918, she discovered Franklin's infidelity with his assistant, Lucy Mercer. This shock caused her to reevaluate her marriage. Although she did not divorce, their relationship became more of an alliance than a romantic connection. She now began to form her own identity independent of her husband's. In the 1920s, while Franklin battled paralysis caused by polio, Eleanor became a logistical and political support. She joined Democratic women's circles, campaigned for women's suffrage, and gave numerous speeches. When Franklin became governor of New York, she used the governor's residence to organize progressive political meetings, but it wasn't until 1932, when he was elected president, that Eleanor redefined the role of First Lady. Instead of limiting herself to gala dinners, she traveled across the country to meet those forgotten by the crisis. She gave weekly press conferences exclusively for female journalists, started a column called My Day, and became involved in youth, housing, and racial justice policy. She visited factories, slums, and remote villages and reported her impressions directly to the government. Thanks to their urging, initiatives such as the National Youth Administration emerged. Unions welcomed her as an ally, and African American activists like Mary McLeod Bethune found her a rare supportive voice in the White House. Her determination to speak out against segregation at a conference in 1938 by sitting between black and white delegates left a lasting impression. Despite criticism of her supposedly excessive activism, Eleanor asserted herself as an independent political actor. She supported women in government, such as Frances Perkins, the first woman in an American cabinet. She tirelessly advocated for artists, workers, minorities, and women, convinced that compassion and direct action were the keys to a truly representative democracy. With the beginning of the Second World War, she warned urgently in her column about the dangers of fascism and intensified her travels. After the attack on Pearl Harbor she visited the troops, defended the rights of women workers in the defense factories, and fought for better living conditions in the military camps. However, her efforts against the internment of Japanese Americans failed, and she viewed this imposed silence as one of her most painful moral failures. Yet Eleanor Roosevelt remained steadfast in her commitment, using every platform, press, radio, site visits, to speak directly to citizens and advocate on their behalf. At a time when women were rare in politics, she raised a clear, compassionate voice, resolutely focused on social justice. Would you like me to continue with the war years and their role in the founding of the United Nations, in order to improve living conditions in the internment camps? Eleanor Roosevelt personally visited them and advocated for the introduction of educational programs for the prisoners. She was fully aware that these efforts, however sincere, were not enough to offset the obvious injustice of her imprisonment. At the same time, civil rights leaders urged the government to crack down on discrimination in the defense industry. Eleanor became her mouthpiece in the White House. It was thanks in part to their tireless efforts that Franklin Roosevelt signed Executive Order 8802, which banned racial discrimination in defense contracts. Although implementation remained uneven, this decision represented important progress and set a precedent in the fight against institutional racism. Staying true to her beliefs, Eleanor continued her courageous stances by publicly supporting the Tuskegee Airmen, a group of African American airmen, and fighting for black nurses to be accepted into the Army Nurse Corps. Any such symbolic action sparked controversy among segregationists, but for Eleanor, equality was out of the question, especially in a war meant to promote freedom abroad. Their influence also reached internationally. On her solidarity trips, she visited Britain and the South Pacific to meet soldiers, medics, and Allied leaders. Her presence went far beyond protocol. She asked uncomfortable questions about troop morale, supply lines, and local tensions. She then sent telegrams to Washington with her observations and suggestions for improvement. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill praised her empathy, even if some of his advisors viewed her commitment as unconventional for a First Lady. Eleanor reassured those weary of war that American aid was not only strategic but also based on a sincere commitment to the principles of freedom and human dignity. But at the center of this intense activity, she had to deal with personal pain. Her brother Hall Roosevelt fell into alcoholism, deepening an already familiar family wound. She tried to arrange treatment for him discreetly, juggling between private commitments and public duties. Her close circle of friends offered her indispensable emotional support. Lena Hickok was particularly a trusted confidant, even if wartime circumstances limited their meetings. In letters, Eleanor shared her emotional state and admitted that the public's expectations sometimes seemed oppressive to her. As the conflict progressed, Franklin's health deteriorated. His blood pressure rose, and the stress of command weighed heavily on him. Eleanor then took on a more active role, filling the gaps in his schedule. She gave radio speeches to promote the purchase of war bonds, visited hospitals for wounded veterans, and comforted grieving families. While some cynics called her Madame Bienfaisance, many Americans saw her as a comforting figure, a leader unafraid to confront suffering. In 1944, as Allied forces made noticeable progress, victory seemed close but complicated. Eleanor realized that ending the war alone would not be enough. A plan to rebuild peace was needed. She was already thinking about the issues of refugees, post-war reconstruction, and the creation of an international framework that could prevent future disasters. She foresaw a role for the United States as a moral leader on the world stage, even as she feared domestic political disputes could thwart that ambition. In the last year of the war, she put forward the idea that the world needed a strong international institution to maintain peace, foreshadowing her later important role at the United Nations. On April 12, 1945, Franklin D. Roosevelt died, just weeks before Germany's surrender. The country mourned the loss of its four-time elected president, who had transformed America through his New Deal policies and wartime leadership. For Eleanor, this loss was both personal and public. Their relationship, although complex and at times distant, was based on a solid partnership and mutual understanding developed over years of national upheaval. When Harry Truman assumed the presidency, he recognized Eleanor's unique position. Many believed she was retreating into private life, but she showed no signs of retreating. On the contrary, she viewed Franklin's death not as the end of a chapter, but as the beginning of a new commitment. She politely declined the advice to retire, declaring with conviction, "The story is over, but not the journey." In May 1945, Victory Day was celebrated in Europe, although the final battles against Japan were still to come. Eleanor dedicated herself to humanitarian missions for wounded veterans, visiting hospitals, comforting families, and supporting rehabilitation legislation. While the Truman administration focused on creating a new world order, Eleanor used her platform to advocate for a strong and cooperative international community. One of Truman's most striking decisions was to appoint Eleanor Roosevelt to the first ever American delegation to the United Nations in 1945. Some observers in Washington questioned the appropriateness of this choice. Could a former First Lady, no matter how experienced she was, actually be up to the diplomatic challenges? However, Truman had perceived what others did not: her unique ability to combine empathy, moral rigor, and pragmatism. This appointment marked a new era for both Eleanor and the UN. She threw herself into her new tasks with earnestness, studying parliamentary rules of procedure, international law, and economic stimulus programs. She attended the first sessions of the UN in London, then in Lake Success, New York. There she delved into debates about the post-war order, collective security, and the foundations of a lasting peace. She became a real beacon for an America that was trying to reconcile its ideals with its realities. Her personal network continued to include influential political figures, which enabled her to exert pressure behind the scenes for significant reforms. In 1961, during John F. Kennedy's presidency, she was appointed chairwoman of the Presidential Commission on the Status of Women, an unusual position for a woman of her age at a time when many of her contemporaries were retreating from public life. But Eleanor was anything but an ordinary retiree. Instead of settling for symbolic statements, she called for concrete data, case studies, and targeted policy recommendations. She meticulously analyzed the legal codes, employment practices, and educational barriers that held back women in all areas of public life. The Commission's final report had far-reaching impact. It sparked a wave of legislative reform in the years that followed and cemented its reputation as a tireless architect of change. In the 1950s and early 1960s, she traveled the world and accepted invitations from every continent. In India, she wandered through villages and discussed rural development with the residents. In Israel, she admiringly toured kibbutz communities. In Africa, she visited newly independent young nations in the process of post-colonial reconstruction. While American ambassadors often took a rigid stance, Eleanor preferred dialogue with ordinary people, those who were shaping her country's future. She returned from each trip strengthened, and wrote detailed reports for US politicians. She warned against condescending attitudes towards emerging nations and stressed the importance of mutual respect. Their diplomacy was characterized by a real willingness to learn. Two critics who criticized her intrusive activism. After all, she was neither an academic nor an elected official. She replied that democracy is the business of every citizen, and that moral responsibility does not end with the end of a mandate. Observers recognized that her strength lay in practical empathy, which she had cultivated since her first volunteer assignments. Whether at a university conference or at a table in a rural cooperative, she asked precise questions, listened carefully, and looked for concrete solutions. Her convictions were strong, but she always approached local situations with humility and understanding. She also played a mentoring role to numerous young leaders, both men and women. She encouraged them to see compassion not as a weakness, but as a form of political strength. From civil rights activists in the US South to aspiring diplomats at the United Nations, many testified to the impact of her direct advice. She never offered flattery. Her questions demanded clarity and commitment. In private, their criticisms were open, but always with the aim of strengthening the strategies of their interlocutors. As her health began to fail in the early 1960s, she reduced her travels, but not her beliefs. President Kennedy continued to seek her advice, both on domestic policy and international relations. She remained active in the media, giving interviews, publishing articles, and speaking with a firm voice even when her body showed signs of exhaustion. She firmly believed in passing on responsibility to future generations. In one of her final interviews, she expressed hope that the seeds sown by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights would continue to grow, even if it took centuries for humanity to fully realize the ideals of justice, freedom, and equality. Eleanor Roosevelt died on November 7, 1962. Tributes poured in around the world, both from heads of state and ordinary citizens. Many honored her as the First Lady of the World, a nickname given to her in recognition of her immense humanitarian work on a global scale. Over the decades, her legacy has been reassessed by historians, feminists, diplomats, and human rights defenders. Unlike so many ephemeral political figures, Eleanor Roosevelt left a lasting moral imprint that transcends parties, borders, and eras. Her words still resonate today. Where do universal human rights begin? In small places near us. This statement, which has become an icon, captures the essence of her life. For them, real change unfolded not in the great halls of power, but in neighborhoods, schools, and local councils, in the intimate spaces where the principles of justice had to first take root. Born privileged, she became the voice of the voiceless. After overcoming shyness, sadness, and isolation, she forged a role few could have imagined. In achieving this, she profoundly changed the global discourse on rights, dignity, and how to serve humanity with faith and courage. Would you like me to continue with other previous sections for translation, or create a PDF version or a complete document with all of this? On September 7, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born in Greenwich Palace, in the heart of an England in religious and political upheaval. The daughter of King Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, her birth was greeted with a mixture of anticipation and concern. The king, who had separated from the Catholic Church to marry Anne, had hoped for a male heir to the throne. The birth of a girl was therefore a disappointment. But Elizabeth nevertheless carried the dynastic hopes of the House of Tudor even in its first days. The court was in turmoil, confronted with serious religious upheavals. Henry VIII had founded the Church of England and broke away from Rome. Anne Boleyn tried to protect her daughter from the intrigues at court and gave her the best care. But the situation quickly deteriorated. In 1536, Anne was executed on questionable charges of treason and adultery. Elizabeth, then 2 years old, was declared illegitimate and lost her title of princess. Raised in various royal households, Elizabeth rarely saw her father. Among Henry VIII's successive wives, Catherine Parr, the sixth, played a crucial role in her upbringing. Elizabeth's educators discovered a brilliant mind in her youth. She mastered Latin, French, and Italian, and later learned Spanish. She studied classical texts, was inspired by Cicero and the Greek philosophers, and developed deep eloquence and strong moral understanding. From a young age, she learned to hide her emotions and maintain a calm facade that would mask her inner tensions, an essential quality for her future rule. In 1547, after the death of Henry VIII, her half-brother Edward VI ascended the throne. Under the reign of Protestant reformers, the religious climate became more radical. Elizabeth, despite showing apparent cooperation, navigated carefully between the factions. She moved into the house of Catherine Parr, who had since married Thomas Seymour. Rumors about Seymour's excessive affection for Elizabeth damaged her reputation. Faced with danger, she soon left that house, further strengthening her survival instincts. Edward's reign was short, and he was succeeded by his half-sister, Mary I, a zealous Catholic. Mary viewed Elizabeth as a Protestant threat. Accused of conspiracy, Elizabeth was imprisoned in the Tower of London and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. Although execution was considered, the lack of evidence saved it. For 2 years, she denied any involvement in the rebellions while secretly maintaining her Protestant alliances. With Mary's death in 1558, the 25-year-old Elizabeth ascended the throne. Her accession to the throne was greeted with hope. The empire, worn out by religious persecution, longed for stability, but doubts about her legitimacy and her ability to produce an heir remained. The advisors urged her to marry quickly, as an unmarried queen was considered a threat to order. Elizabeth was aware of the political implications, but also recognized that marriage could limit her independence. Already in the first weeks of her rule, she took symbolically powerful measures. She appointed moderate Protestant advisors like William Cecil to unify the country. It proclaimed a religious order that was intended to prevent persecution and at the same time affirmed the independence of the Anglican Church. She restored royal ceremonies to Whitehall, signaling the continuity of the monarchy. Contemporaries described her as composed, with a penetrating gaze that revealed her strategic mind. The once outcast princess now found herself at the center of power, forming a monarchy that would define an era. Thus began a crucial chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, her mother's execution, paternal neglect, complex family bonds shaped a thoughtful and clear-sighted approach. She had learned to survive in a world where power and treachery coexisted, laying the foundations for a reign that would leave an indelible mark on England. Elizabeth I, a ruler between religious and diplomatic challenges. From the beginning of her reign, Elizabeth I faced a kingdom deeply divided by religious conflict. Under the reign of her half-sister Mary I, strict Catholic measures had been introduced, which led to the persecution and execution of numerous Protestants. Although these violent measures ended with Elizabeth's accession to the throne, much of the population remained loyal to Rome, while radical Protestants demanded further reforms. Aware of the need for national peace, Elizabeth chose a middle path. In 1559, she implemented the Elizabethan religious order, which aimed to establish a moderate Church of England. The Act of Supremacy appointed her supreme governor of the Church, while the Act of Uniformity established a moderate Protestant liturgy. Although this approach displeased extremists from both camps, it did provide lasting religious stability. However, this moderate position provoked criticism abroad. European Catholics questioned Elizabeth's legitimacy and supported her Catholic cousin Mary Stuart's claims to the English throne. Banished from Scotland in 1568, Mary was placed under house arrest in England. Her presence became the focus of numerous Catholic conspiracies that endangered the life and reign of Elizabeth. Although she was hesitant to execute an anointed queen, Elizabeth was ultimately forced to confront this ongoing threat. On the international level, England was militarily weak, especially compared to the great Spanish power. Elizabeth sought alliances without committing to binding contracts. She began marriage negotiations with various European claimants to the throne, including the Duke of Anjou and Archduke Charles of Austria. These conversations, which often dragged on, were more about diplomatic strategies than actual marriage plans. By keeping her hand free, Elizabeth deterred potential opponents from taking action against England. Economically, she inherited a treasure weakened by wars. Its ministers, most notably William Cecil, implemented reforms to curb inflation and improve revenue collection. They also promoted maritime ventures and supported captains like Francis Drake in their expeditions, which filled royal coffers and increased rivalry with Spain. Elizabeth was known for her intelligence and her unwavering will. A polyglot, she was proficient in French, Latin, Italian, and Spanish, which allowed her to communicate effectively with foreign diplomats. She valued art and ceremony and used public appearances to enhance her royal image. Her travels across the country allowed her subjects to see her in person and thus cemented their loyalty. Aware of the threats to her rule, she set up a spy network led by figures such as Sir Francis Walsingham. This system made it possible to uncover several conspiracies and justified a tougher policy towards stubborn Catholics as a woman in power. Elizabeth faced specific cultural expectations. Some advisors recommended that she marry to ensure the stability of the kingdom. She responded by forging the image of a unique sovereign who presented herself as both king and queen. She used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate dresses symbolized the majesty of the monarchy. Her personal circle remained narrow. Although she could be charming and cheerful with her favorites, such as Robert Dudley, she was careful not to let their affections interfere with her political caution. Rumors of a possible connection with Dudley circulated, but Elizabeth never married, preserving her autonomy and cementing her image as a maiden queen married to her kingdom. In the mid-16th century, England was in religious and political conflict. Elizabeth I's succession to the throne in 1558 marked the beginning of an era of reform and consolidation of royal power. From the very beginning of her reign, Elizabeth sought to calm the religious tensions that divided the kingdom. In 1559, she promulgated two major laws, the Act of Supremacy, which made her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity, which mandated the use of the Book of Common Prayer. This policy aimed to establish a middle ground between Catholicism and Protestantism and to unite the country under a common faith. Despite these efforts, tensions continued. The Catholics, supported by foreign powers, saw Mary Stuart, Queen of Scotland and cousin of Elizabeth, as a legitimate claimant to the throne. In 1586, the Babington plot aimed to murder Elizabeth and place Mary on the throne. Thanks to Sir Francis Walsingham's spy network, the conspiracy was uncovered, leading to Mary's execution in 1587, a difficult decision for Elizabeth, who was aware of the political and religious consequences. In 1588, Spain, under Philip II, sent the Armada to conquer England and restore Catholicism. Elizabeth demonstrated her leadership skills by mobilizing her troops at Tilbury with a memorable speech, declaring that she had the heart and stomach of a king. The defeat of the Armada, due to English naval warfare and unfavorable weather conditions for the Spanish, strengthened Elizabeth's position and the image of an invincible England. Towards the end of her reign, Elizabeth faced internal challenges. Robert Devereux, Earl of Essex and one-time favourite of the Queen, led a rebellion in 1601, dissatisfied with his loss of influence. This rebellion quickly failed. Essex was executed, and this event underlined Elizabeth's determination to maintain order and her authority. Elizabeth I reigned until her death in 1603, leaving a lasting legacy. Their reign, often referred to as the Golden Age, saw a cultural flourishing with figures such as William Shakespeare, a consolidation of Protestantism, and the emergence of England as a naval power. Their political skill, charisma, and strategic vision made it possible to overcome decades of challenges and forge a strong, unified national identity at the end of her reign. Queen Elizabeth I of England, single and childless, had not named an official heir to the throne. This ongoing uncertainty fueled fears about the kingdom's future stability. James VI appeared to be among the possible candidates. Of Scotland, son of Mary Stuart, appeared to be the most likely choice, although his Catholic ancestry raised reservations. Elizabeth, aware that naming an heir might weaken her authority, avoided doing so publicly. But behind the scenes, secret negotiations, in particular her advisor, Robert Cecil, discreetly carried out the preparations for the transfer of the throne to Jacob. This moderate Protestant represented an acceptable option to ensure dynastic continuity. At the end of the 1590s, Elizabeth's health deteriorated and her immediate surroundings thinned out. Important figures such as Walter Raleigh fell from grace, while others, such as the Earl of Essex, were executed for treason. The social climate also deteriorated, with riots caused by poverty and ongoing religious tensions. Despite these challenges, Elizabeth retained her political sovereignty. She skillfully presided over parliamentary sessions, using flattery and emphasizing her motherly role towards her subjects to maintain order. Their ability to combine authority and affection strengthened the loyalty of the people. Culturally, the Elizabethan era experienced a remarkable flourishing. Playwrights such as William Shakespeare and Christopher Marlowe enriched the stage, while the Queen promoted the arts by inviting theatre companies to her court. This period, marked by an artistic renaissance, contributed to the formation of a national identity. In religious matters, Elizabeth maintained a delicate balance. It tolerated moderate Puritans, but suppressed extremists and imposed fines on hardline Catholics, thereby preventing sectarian civil war. This stability allowed trade and discovery to flourish and laid the foundation for a maritime empire in the last months of her life. Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace, refused medical treatment, and fell into deep melancholy. She died on March 24, 1603, at the age of 69. Although she never officially named a successor, ambiguous gestures were made as approval of James VI, interpreted shortly after her death. James VI became, of Scotland, was proclaimed King of England under the name James I, thereby uniting the crowns of England and Scotland. This peaceful transfer of power marked the end of the Tudor dynasty and the beginning of the Stuart dynasty. On April 28, 1603, Elizabeth's funeral ceremonies took place in Westminster Abbey. Her coffin, transported at night across the Thames, was buried next to that of her half-sister Mary, the Latin inscription on her grave. Consortis in regno, et sepulchro, hic dormimis, Elizabetha, et Maria sorors, in spare resurrectionis, underlines their solidarity in death despite their contradictions. During life, thus ended the reign of Elizabeth I, a monarch whose will and wisdom left an indelible mark on the history of England. With the death of Elizabeth, a maelstrom of inheritances swept over England. James I, who had just ascended the throne, inherited a stable kingdom but also the heavy burden of living up to the almost mythical greatness of his predecessor. Over the decades, the myth of Elizabeth was embellished by playwrights, historians, and genealogists who shaped the romantic image of a flawless queen and elevated her to legend at the same time. Other movements recognized their complexity. Stories circulated among the people about her sharp mind, her skillful dealings with suitors, and the splendor of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was portrayed as a heretic, as the one who ordered the execution of Mary Stuart. This ideological ordeal shaped the European memory of their rule. In the 17th century, English authors often staged the glory of Elizabeth to criticize or praise contemporary rulers. The term Elizabethan age caught on, evoking a golden age, characterized by naval exploits and cultural sophistication. However, Puritan writers criticized them for not going far enough in religious reform. Some pamphlets portrayed her as a cunning politician, an expert in double standards when dealing with the Catholic powers of Europe. Over time, these different perspectives consolidated into a nuanced portrait. The 18th and 19th centuries saw a huge upsurge in national pride, which fueled a revivalist interest in the Tudors. The image of Elizabeth was adapted to Victorian tastes. Her virginity was seen as a sign of moral strength, and paintings depicted her in magnificent robes that dwarfed the everyday privations of her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, particularly at a time when the British Empire was drawing parallels between the construction of a national identity under Elizabeth and its own imperial project. The triumphant narrative of the Armada was repeated tirelessly, often forgetting the crucial role of the Storms. Her conflicts with Mary Stuart fueled a tragic romanticism that revolved around court intrigues and unfulfilled loves. This romanticism often offset the ruler's strict, sometimes relentless governance. In the 20th century, researchers took a more critical look at their rule. They combed through the archives to understand the functioning of their spy network, the management of their finances, and the use of propaganda in constructing their public image. The famous Gold Speech of 1601 has been analyzed as a rhetorical masterpiece that served to calm a restive parliament. These analyses showed that their success rested on a skillful balance between maternal affection and royal authority. Historians have identified the Elizabeth cult as an early form of political communication, a mechanism for strengthening the loyalty of subjects through carefully staged spectacles. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's importance experienced a new flowering. She confronted the misogynistic prejudices of her time, refusing to give up her power to a husband or to be dominated by male advisors. This dearly bought independence showed what a woman could achieve in a male-dominated society. But that doesn't make her a feminist before her time. She sometimes used stereotypical ideas of female weakness to her advantage in negotiations. Their relationship to gender roles remains a topic of controversial debate to this day. Archaeological excavations in ancient palaces unearthed physical traces of their travels, ephemeral scaffolding for the spectacles, remains of banquet rooms. These finds revealed the extent of the logistics mobilized during their royal tours. Each royal procession, with hundreds of courtiers and servants, weighed heavily on the local rulers, but at the same time strengthened the monarchy's presence. Throughout the territory, symbols such as the Tudor rose, the official portraits of Nicholas Hilliard, and the figure of the Maid Queen still occupy a prominent position in the collective consciousness. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries picked up on this aura and produced adaptations that oscillated between romance and political tragedy. Some films portrayed her as a quasi-saintly figure. Others highlighted her paranoia or the brutality of her depression in the face of perceived threats. This enduring fascination proves that she embodies a crucial turning point in European history. At the threshold between the Middle Ages and modernity, when diplomacy, espionage, and ideology took on new forms. Thus, many centuries after her reign, Elizabeth I remains a symbol of English national identity, but at the same time a figure whose complexity continues to resonate in contemporary debates. She embodies the tensions between female authority, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of image. Reflecting on their lives allows us to understand how skillful governance can stabilize a fractured kingdom, even if it requires a subtle balance between tolerance and coercion. The debate about Elizabeth remains alive, nourished by each generation's view of monarchy, gender, and the price of artfully orchestrated national unity. Her story shows that a woman's heart can be both a place of reflection and strategic boldness. Although she ascended the throne at the age of 25, her most crucial decisions, religious compromise, rejection of marriage, assertion of her power, only came as she grew older. Only then did it shape the future of a kingdom and leave an indelible mark on the narrative of the modern world. When Elizabeth I died at Richmond Palace on March 24, 1603, she left behind a kingdom deeply connected through her 44-year reign. The Queen, who had ascended to the throne amid religious and political upheaval, had managed to avoid sectarian civil wars, assert England's naval power against Spanish dominance, and lay the first foundations of a maritime empire. But her final moments stood in stark contrast to the ceremonial splendor that had characterized her public life. Contemporaries report that she refused to go to bed and remained standing or sitting for hours in meditative silence, as if accepting the idea that her story was coming to an end. The question of her successor, left open for a long time, finally found an answer. James VI of Scotland, son of Mary Stuart, was unofficially appointed as her successor. Through a discreet gesture or whispered word, Elizabeth is said to have acknowledged Jacob as her heir, paving the way for a relatively peaceful transition between the Tudors and the Stuarts. In the days that followed, the kingdom sank into a period of profound mourning. Nobles and citizens gathered together in memory of the Virgin Queen, the protective figure who ruled the country with a firm hand for more than 4 decades. Her body was transported down the Thames in a black-draped barge, accompanied by heraldic banners, in an atmosphere at once solemn and poignant. Those who watched from the shore still remembered the young face of Elizabeth, as she ascended the throne after the unrest of her half-brothers and half-sisters. Now, at the dawn of a new century, the kingdom was preparing to enter a new era. But thanks to the stability she carefully created, James I's succession to the throne took place without any bloodshed, the ultimate symbol of Elizabeth's political success. Over time, the image of Elizabeth was repeatedly turned around, reinterpreted, and sometimes idealized. Some historians painted her as a model of golden sovereignty, highlighting her unwavering devotion to the nation. Others examined how she cleverly used her celibacy as a diplomatic tool, turning her virginity into a weapon of persuasion and power. Still others focused on the authoritarian harshness with which it eradicated all forms of dissidence without shying away from espionage, surveillance, and repression. In the 20th century, psychoanalytic studies focused on the trauma that the execution of her mother, Anna Boleyn, had on Elizabeth's life choices, particularly her categorical refusal to marry. In parallel, feminist interpretations emphasized how she overthrew the patriarchal norms of her time and established a resolutely feminine monarchy that still demanded the traditional respect reserved for men. Archaeological excavations also provided new insights. On the grounds of their former residences, remains of gardens where tournaments were held, fragments of faience with Tudor roses and ornate decorative elements were found. Restorations of state paintings revealed retouches intended to remove wrinkles and signs of age. Clear evidence that even the royal image was controlled down to the smallest detail at the center of her rule. Elizabeth embodied the delicate balance between majesty, intellect, and strategy. Their view of power was diverse, remarkable erudition, diplomatic sensitivity, and a constant attention to image and presentation. She moved confidently between religious tolerance and monarchical strictness, creating a golden age that was as idealized as it was fragile. Her story continues to fascinate today because it reveals the complexity of power, how to maintain it, how to exercise it without losing yourself, how, as a woman, you can still assert authority in a world dominated by men. She remains a key figure in English memory, not just as a queen, but also as a strategist, communicator, patron, and stateswoman. A woman who, in the midst of adversity and loneliness, built a legend that continues to resonate today, strengthening her iconic aura. A queen, a legend, the development of visual propaganda surrounding Elizabeth I reflects a communication strategy worthy of modern brand management techniques. Through the cleverly staged use of official portraits, jewelry, magnificent robes, and symbols, she maintained the illusion of timeless and unshakable authority. This era, marked by the seafaring exploits of Francis Drake, the theatrical works of William Shakespeare, and an increasingly prominent national identity, awakened a deep sense of nostalgia among the English people. In reality, the living conditions of the farmers remained harsh and often precarious, but the mere impression of belonging to an aspiring nation was enough to inspire pride. Elizabeth knew how to capture and channel this collective energy to unify a kingdom that was regularly threatened by the powers of the continent. Even without direct descendants, she left behind an intangible legacy, a revitalized monarchy nourished by a sense of national purpose. Although future conflicts, particularly the English Civil War, would test this unity, it had left behind a stable structure. To this day, Elizabeth's story continues to fascinate. Tourists from all over the world flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court Palace, hoping to catch a glimpse of Elizabethan splendor. Historians, for their part, reconstruct their era using diaries, diplomatic dispatches, and state archives. The cinema also continually revives her image. Some productions show her as an iron ruler, others as a lonely woman, torn by the demands of power. These depictions reflect the cultural values of each era. You admire their toughness, you criticize their toughness, you feel compassion for their personal constraints. Each generation finds new lessons in her, whether celebrating female power or questioning the price of absolute domination. Her tomb is in Westminster Abbey, inconspicuously next to the more elaborate monument of her half-sister Mary I, erected in the reign of James I. This monument, which she ironically shares, symbolizes the burial place of past rivalries. Although her effigy is comparatively simple, visitors linger knowing that the woman buried here profoundly changed the balance of European power. The engraved inscriptions describe her as a model of wisdom, the pride of her race, the wonder of all time. These words, certainly grandiose, reflect the admiration that her contemporaries showed her. Ultimately, Elizabeth I remains a model of political wisdom, cultural leadership, and strategic adaptability. The child who had been almost ignored at birth because he was not a boy became a queen who refused to be overshadowed by either consort or foreign ruler. Her unlikely rise from uncertain princess to undisputed ruler continues to inspire today. His reign is a reminder that leadership is never a straight path. It requires forging alliances, thwarting conspiracies, exuding constant authority, and constantly adapting. It was precisely this flexibility that enabled Elizabeth to forge a stable kingdom in the heart of a dangerous era. Their story, far transcending the centuries, remains alive, mixing memory and myth and proving that a single determined figure, armed with intelligence, strategy, and perfect orchestration, can influence the fate of an entire nation. Harry Truman. From the fields of Missouri to the back rooms of power, Harry Truman's unwavering loyalty and sense of civic duty caught the attention of Tom Pendergast, an influential political boss from Missouri. He suggested that he apply for the position of district judge in Jackson County, a position that was more administrative than judicial at the time. Initially hesitant, Truman quickly realized that this opportunity would allow him to combine his desire to serve the public good with financial stability for his family. In 1922, he entered the election campaign. He traveled rural roads, conducted conversations in dusty grocery stores, knocked on thousands of doors, and gradually developed a simple and direct style. He spoke like one of them, without arrogance, with warmth and openness. Although prominent, political figures from Kansas City stole the show. Truman won the election. As soon as he took office, he understood that politics requires compromise. Journalists dubbed him Pendergast's doll, but he preferred to focus on concrete results, improving roads, public buildings, and efficient administration. Although he didn't make the front pages of Washington, he won the trust of residents and became, in their eyes, a rare politician able to combine loyalty to the system with sincere service to the common good. His position as county judge gave him an intimate look into the political structure of Kansas City and the surrounding area. Contrary to popular belief, being a judge at the time did not require a legal degree. It was more like that of a county commissioner: budget management, infrastructure, and local litigation. Truman worked to maintain roads, balance finances, and fight corruption. But he also had to face reality. The Pendergast system was based on political favoritism, particularly in the awarding of public contracts. Nevertheless, Truman earned a reputation for integrity. He rejected common nepotism. Journalists began to see him as an exception, a loyal player in the system but determined to act for the common good. He maintained a warm but cautious relationship with Tom Pendergast and discreetly advocated for better governance. Some reformers accused him of not openly distancing himself from the system, but Truman believed he could do more good from within. At the beginning of the 1930s, the Great Depression shook the country. In Missouri, banks failed, unemployment skyrocketed, and lines at soup kitchens grew longer. Re-elected as Chief Circuit Judge in 1930, Truman used New Deal resources to stimulate the local economy. He supervised the construction of bridges, roads, and public buildings. His genuine empathy for struggling families, fueled by his own experiences with poverty, guided his every decision. His program of social support at the district level, although sometimes marred by nepotism, enabled many citizens to survive. This cemented his image as an honest representative who served the common people. In 1934, Pendergast recognized him as a suitable candidate for the Senate. Although he was not a prominent figure in state politics, his persistence and proximity to rural voters played into his hands. Locally, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and thick glasses, he visited farms, fairs, and smaller gatherings. He promised to support President Roosevelt's programs. Some attacked him as a mere puppet of Pendergast, but his honesty prevailed. Fueled by popular frustration with Republicans, he narrowly won the election. He entered the Senate at age 50, a small fish in an ocean dominated by giants like Huey Long and Carter Glass, placed on subcommittees. He carefully observed the mechanisms of power, determined to break away from the Pendergast label. He worked methodically. In 1939, he chaired a subcommittee on railroad reorganization, where he applied budgetary experience gained at the local level to the national level. His rigor, discretion, and efficiency were praised. Meanwhile, the Pendergast Empire collapsed. Tom Pendergast was convicted and imprisoned for tax fraud. In 1940, Truman stood for election again. His opponents accused him of being just a Pendergast senator, but he countered with his track record. Voters recognized his value and re-elected him again narrowly, in his second term. As World War II shook Europe, Truman's name became increasingly well known. He supported Roosevelt's policies, particularly the Lend-Lease Act. In 1941, when the United States entered the war, he set up a special commission to monitor military spending, known as the Truman Commission. It was tasked with tracking down war profiteers. He visited factories incognito, examined files, and uncovered grievances. For this, he received national recognition and saved taxpayers millions. In 1943, Harry Truman, once a simple farmer, had become a symbol of integrity in a government mobilized for war. President Roosevelt, looking for a vice president who could unite the various wings of the Democratic Party, now turned to him. And so the one whom many had previously underestimated was ready for the next step, taking over the second, highest state office. Harry Truman did not actively seek the office of vice president, but in the political tumult of 1944, he was considered a near-unanimous choice. Franklin D. Roosevelt, seeking an unprecedented fourth term, understood the importance of party unity. His previous deputy, Henry Wallace, seemed too radical to many conservatives, but Truman, with his quiet loyalty and reputation for integrity earned through the war, seemed the ideal alternative. As the Democratic National Convention gathered in Chicago in July, behind the scenes, negotiations were being finalized. Truman, stunned, later explained that he had woken up as a senator and gone to bed as a vice presidential candidate. He even admitted to some reluctance and joked that the office was just a spare tire on the government's car. The Roosevelt ticket won the election in November 1944, buoyed by Roosevelt's reputation as a wartime leader. The victory was narrower than in previous elections, a sign of some fatigue among Americans. Nevertheless, there was success, and in January 1945, Truman took the oath of office as vice president. As the Allies advanced in Europe and the war raged in the Pacific, Truman was pushed to the sidelines of strategic decision-making. Roosevelt, although ill, retained control of the country's leadership. Truman essentially had to run the Senate and perform ceremonial duties. He was not even informed about the details of the Manhattan Project or the post-war negotiations. Everything changed. Suddenly, on April 12, 1945, when Roosevelt died in Warm Springs, Georgia, urgently summoned to the White House, Truman took the oath of office as President of the United States in a simple ceremony. He later said, "I felt as if the moon, stars, and all the planets had collapsed on me at once. From one day to the next, the man locked out of the greatest secrets of war became the commander-in-chief of a rising power." His advisors rushed to update him on ongoing military strategies, the nuclear program, and strained diplomatic relations with Churchill and Stalin. His first decisions focused on ending the war in Europe. Hitler's regime quickly collapsed, and victory in Europe was declared on May 8, 1945. Despite this historic moment, the void left by Roosevelt was clearly felt. The following July, Truman attended the Potsdam Conference alongside Winston Churchill, soon replaced by Clement Attlee and Joseph Stalin. With the war in Europe over, discussions turned to the division of Germany, the fate of Eastern Europe, and Soviet involvement in the war against Japan. Truman, still inexperienced in high-level diplomatic issues, dealt with Stalin cautiously, already suspecting his ambitions for Eastern Europe in the Pacific. Truman faced a moral and strategic dilemma. The Manhattan Project had borne fruit. The atomic bomb was ready for use. Estimates of an invasion of Japan predicted massive casualties. Truman, although hesitant to make such a serious decision, ultimately authorized the use of the bombs, convinced that this would save more lives. On August 6, 1945, Hiroshima was destroyed. 3 days later, it hit Nagasaki. On August 15th, Japan announced its surrender. The world entered a nuclear era that was forever marked. Truman justified his decision as a necessary evil, believing it saved more lives than it cost. The moral debate over this act would continue for generations. But for the moment, relief at the end of the conflict prevailed. After the war, Truman found himself at the helm of a transformed world. The Soviet Union and the United States now emerged as the two superpowers. Europe was in ruins. Asia was looking for a path to independence. In this new world order, the shadow of an ideological conflict was already looming. The Cold War. Many Americans hoped for a return to normalcy with an emphasis on domestic prosperity. But the dominance of the Soviet Union, particularly in Eastern Europe, worried Truman. He recognized that a strategic response was needed without going to open war. This is how the containment policy gradually emerged. The Truman Doctrine. Their goal was to support nations threatened by communism. Although Truman did not have extensive training in foreign policy, he surrounded himself with leaders such as George Marshall and Dean Acheson. Together, they laid the foundation for a new diplomatic framework to stabilize the world after the war. At the same time, Truman had to overcome the challenges of economic transition. After the war, it was necessary to reorient the economy towards peacetime production to counter a wave of strikes and to meet the growing demands for civil rights. Stalin imposed a blockade on West Berlin, hoping to force the Allies to leave the city. Truman responded decisively with the Berlin airlift, an unprecedented logistical operation. Cargo planes flew day and night into Soviet-occupied zones to deliver food, coal, and essential supplies to 2 million Berliners. This airlift was much more than a technical masterpiece. It became a symbol of the Western will not to allow itself to be blackmailed without risking open war. The blockade was lifted in mid-1949. This success strengthened the unity of the Western Allies, but Germany was formally divided into two states: the Federal Republic of Germany under Western influence, and the German Democratic Republic under Soviet control. This final division manifested the Iron Curtain described by Winston Churchill a few years earlier, which divided Europe into two opposing blocs. Truman's presidency was the breeding ground for the emergence of NATO, which was founded in 1949 to create a collective defense alliance in the West. The following year, a new crisis broke out in Asia. In June 1950, Communist North Korea under Kim Il-sung launched a massive attack on South Korea. This invasion was quickly condemned by the United Nations Security Council. What was notable was that the Soviet Union boycotted the Council's meetings at the time, which enabled the adoption of a resolution calling for military intervention. Truman, without formally declaring war, sent American troops under a UN mandate, determined to stop this aggression, seen as an expansion of Soviet communism. General Douglas MacArthur, hero of World War II, took command of the Allied forces. The first few months were extremely difficult. South Korean troops and their allies were pushed back to Busan, a small coastal section in the southeast of the peninsula. Then, in September 1950, MacArthur conducted a daring amphibious landing. Operation at Incheon that cut North Korea's supply lines and enabled the recapture of Seoul. This spectacular counterattack was so successful that MacArthur, with Truman's cautious advance his troops beyond the 38th parallel. Still, the move provoked the ire of Communist China, which feared a foreign military presence on its border. Despite all the warnings, MacArthur underestimated the Chinese reaction. In late 1950, tens of thousands of Chinese volunteers crossed the Jialu River and launched a massive counteroffensive that forced American troops to retreat in the middle of a merciless winter. The shock in the United States was enormous. Frustrated by the restrictions imposed by Truman, MacArthur called for the conflict to be expanded to include China and even considered the use of nuclear weapons. He publicly made his opposition to the administration clear, thereby undermining the president's authority. In April 1951, Truman made a historic decision. He fired MacArthur. This move sparked a national outcry. Upon his return, MacArthur received a hero's welcome, while Truman received severe criticism. Nevertheless, he persevered, firmly convinced that the supremacy of civilian power over the military was a fundamental principle of democracy. The Korean War then turned into a war of attrition. Armistice negotiations began in mid-1951, but fighting continued along the 38th parallel. The human losses increased without any significant gains in terrain. Fatigue was spreading among the American public. The economic costs of the war weighed heavily on the federal budget. At home, Truman's social ambitions, his fair deal, were put on hold. The political opposition accused him of leading the country into a military impasse, while Senator McCarthy stoked anti-communist paranoia. In 1952, politically and physically exhausted, Truman decided not to run for another term. After almost 8 years at the helm, including almost 4 years after succeeding Roosevelt, he handed over the office to another war hero, General Dwight D. Eisenhower. He campaigned on the promise of traveling to Korea and ending the war, a promise that resonated widely with the war-weary population. By the time Truman left the White House in January 1953, his popularity was at its lowest ebb. In retrospect, however, his legacy proved considerable. He had laid the foundations of the Cold War, forged modern military alliances, defended civilian responsibility over military ambitions, and established a vision of social justice through his statements on civil rights. Although his era was marked by tensions, wars, and challenges, Truman embodied pragmatic leadership rooted in experience and a strong sense of duty. When Harry S. Truman left the White House in January 1953, he did not retire into a gilded retirement, as many of his successors later did. On the contrary, he returned to the humble neighborhood of Independence, Missouri, where he had lived most of his life. This return to simplicity reflected the nature of the man himself, humble, honest, and true to his roots. Unlike modern ex-presidents, Truman had neither a presidential pension nor permanent personal protection or representative income. He lived simply, answered the telephone himself, wrote his letters by hand at his small desk, and greeted passers-by on his morning walks. Despite this quiet, daily routine, the weight of the historic decisions he had made continued to permeate the atmosphere around him. Journalists and historians sought his conversation from time to time, curious to hear his reflections on the Cold War, nuclear tensions, and the political turmoil he had experienced. Although he had once been heavily criticized for firing General MacArthur or failing to prevent the overthrow of China, the view of him softened over time. The American people once again discovered in him the embodiment of common sense, determination, and a strong sense of duty. In 1953, the Korean War armistice went into effect, ending 3 years of bloody conflict without a true peace treaty. This ceasefire had been negotiated under his administration, although it was ultimately signed under Eisenhower. For some, this partial peace was a failure. For others, it appeared to be a saving act that prevented conflict from flaring up on the Asian continent. The division of Korea remained, but South Korea was able to rebuild itself. The demarcation line that is still visible today testifies to the direct impact of the Truman Doctrine in the face of communist expansion. At home, the hysteria of McCarthyism that had poisoned the political climate in the United States was gradually losing steam. Senator Joseph McCarthy, who had inflamed public opinion with his unfounded accusations that communists had infiltrated the highest levels of government, was finally censured. At that moment, many turned to Truman with hindsight, recognizing that he had been right to defend the importance of constitutional procedures and resist populist pressures. Still, the transition was difficult. Truman's ideology of moderate liberalism, which combined toughness in foreign policy with moderate reform at home, was gradually pushed aside by the upheavals in the American political landscape. Personally, his financial resources were limited. The lack of a presidential pension forced him to live a frugal lifestyle. However, he rejected any form of compensation from lobbyists or volunteer positions, as he considered such benefits to be unworthy of his previous position, partly because of his situation. Congress eventually passed the Former Presidents Act in 1958, which finally gave former presidents a pension and office appropriations. With great determination, Truman dedicated his final years to preserving his legacy, he took an active role in establishing his presidential library, hoping that the archives of his term would be accessible to researchers and interested citizens. His memoirs, which appeared in 2 volumes in 1955 and 1956, are characterized by their open and direct tone. He felt no remorse over the use of the atomic bomb against Japan, which he viewed as a necessary evil that saved millions of lives. He was equally consistent in his rapid recognition of the State of Israel, which he considered a moral imperative. This consistency, this belief in his decisions, whether controversial or celebrated, embodied the essence of Truman. In his memoirs, he often appeared as a simple man who rose to the top of world power at one of the most dangerous moments in history. In the face of threats, he always asked himself not what was popular, but rather what was right. Over the decades, public perception of Harry Truman changed profoundly. For a long time, he was considered an interim president between the giants Roosevelt and Eisenhower, until he was rediscovered as one of the architects of modern American foreign policy. His approach, at once realistic and rooted in a moral vision of the world, laid the foundation for a world order in which the United States played a central role throughout the Cold War. The Truman Doctrine, the Marshall Plan, the creation of NATO, and the recognition of Israel. All of these initiatives still resonate in contemporary diplomacy. In short, Harry Truman, the man in the fedora, reserved but determined, left the political scene with the dignity of a patriot who had acted according to his conscience. His style may have seemed old-fashioned, his rhetoric sometimes harsh, but he embodied an understanding of leadership based on responsibility, moral clarity, and determination at crucial moments. Decades later, many believe that he, like no other, transformed humility into strength and simplicity into strategic foresight. Stalin had imposed a blockade of West Berlin in the hope of forcing the Allies to withdraw. Truman responded with a bold operation, the Berlin Airlift. It was a logistical masterpiece without equal. Cargo planes flew day and night over the Soviet-occupied zones, delivering food, coal, and other essential supplies to support 2 million Berliners. This demonstration of persistent fortitude without direct confrontation demonstrated Truman's willingness to defy aggression without starting a new war. The blockade was lifted in mid-1949, a symbolic triumph for Western unity. But the official division of Germany into the Federal Republic in the West and the German Democratic Republic in the East solidified the division of the world into 2 ideological camps. It was no longer a temporary conflict. The Iron Curtain had finally fallen. Truman's presidency became a crucible in which NATO emerged in 1949, sealing a Western military alliance against any potential aggression. Barely a year later, a new theater of war emerged in Asia, the Korean War, in 1950. North Korea, supported by the Soviet Union and Communist China, crossed the 38th parallel and invaded the South. Truman, determined to contain the spread of communism, but also anxious to avoid a Third World War, committed American troops as part of a UN-led coalition. General Douglas MacArthur took command of the UN forces. Initially pushed back into an encirclement around Busan, the Allied troops carried out a spectacular counteroffensive in September 1950 by landing at Anshan. Seoul was recaptured and the advance continued north of the 38th parallel. Inspired by success, MacArthur wanted to continue the push until the North Korean regime was overthrown. Truman, however, more left-beheaded, feared Chinese intervention. These fears were realized when hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers crossed the Yalu River and launched a massive counter. The US Army was forced to retreat in a merciless winter. The human loss, the chaos, and the entrenched stalemate demoralized the American public. The gap between MacArthur and Truman widened. The general, ignoring the president's orders, expressed his public opposition to the restraint policy. In April 1951, Truman made the controversial decision to remove MacArthur from office. This gesture caused a national shock. A revered war hero, MacArthur received a hero's welcome upon his return. Nevertheless, Truman remained adamant and reminded that in a democracy, military authority remains subordinate to civilian power. This decision, politically risky as it was, reaffirmed the country's constitutional foundations. While ceasefire negotiations began, fighting continued. The war turned into a stalemate conflict, with front lines stabilized around the 38th parallel. The human and economic costs skyrocketed. More and more American citizens asked themselves, was it worth continuing to engage in this indecisive conflict? So far from American soil, in 1952, exhausted by criticism and aware of popular fatigue, Truman announced that he would not run again. 8 years at the helm of the country, much of which involved navigating military conflicts, international tensions, and social reforms, had left their mark. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, World War II hero, promised to end the Korean War and was elected with broad popular support. In January 1953, Truman left the White House with historically low approval ratings. Despite all the controversy, Truman vigorously defended his record. He argued that the containment doctrine, the Marshall Plan, the creation of NATO, and aid to Greece and Turkey were indispensable pillars of global stability. As for the Korean War, painful as it was, he believed it helped contain the spread of communism in Asia and prevent a dangerous spiral of escalation back in independence. Missouri, Truman once again led an unremarkable and modest life. He received neither a generous presidential pension nor personal protection. He turned down lucrative offers from lobby groups and corporations, preferring to write his memoirs and entertain visitors in his modest home. His direct style, his sincerity, and his simplicity gradually won him rehabilitation in public opinion. Over time, historians reassessed his legacy, his steadfastness in critical moments, his ability to make decisions without hesitation, and his commitment to defending democracy without giving in to populism or military excesses were praised. His determination to maintain civilian control of the military, his early support of civil rights, and his rejection of McCarthy-era abuses of power were seen as evidence of political courage. Truman was never a brilliant president. He stood out, not for his eloquence, but for his tenacity. He had neither Hollywood charm nor the backing of an intellectual elite, but he embodied a form of leadership based on authenticity, a sense of duty, and a certain pragmatic wisdom. Even today, his presidency is studied as an example of moral clarity in a tumultuous time when any decision could redraw the world map. Although the consequences of his decision did not fully take effect until decades later, the desegregation of the armed forces in 1948 represented one of the first executive actions to eliminate institutional racism. Although this act was eclipsed by the more spectacular struggles of the 1950s and 1960s, it set a fundamental precedent. Black war veterans who had served in integrated units returned with new expectations of equal treatment and contributed significantly to the birth of the civil rights movement. This example illustrates how incremental change, driven even by leaders who are not considered civil rights activists, can influence the course of history in ways that seem barely noticeable at the moment. Today, modern presidents of all political stripes still occasionally invoke Truman's name to justify bold decisions. They highlight his courage in choosing principles over popularity, or his ability to mobilize executive power in times of crisis to contain threats. Some consider him the father of American internationalism because he forged alliances and frameworks. Like NATO, others, however, are still haunted today by the memory of the atomic bombings and the loyalty purges. This duality, a hero to some, a morally controversial figure to others, reflects the complexity of the 20th century itself. For the average American family, the memory of Truman often conjures up that famous 1948 photo of him holding up a newspaper that mistakenly proclaims "Dewey defeats Truman," or the black and white shots of him announcing the surrender of Japan. In the country's libraries, you can find diaries of grandparents who described their fear of sending their sons to Korea and read day after day the news of what they called Truman's War. The picture that emerges is that of an ordinary man taking on extraordinary responsibilities. He took a path that was neither perfect nor doomed to failure, but rather marked by deep moral convictions and a categorical refusal to shy away from difficult decisions. Ultimately, Harry Truman's life is a testament to the unexpected emergence of leadership and the resilience and determination of ordinary people in the face of extraordinary events. For a generation scarred by the Great Depression and war, he was a calming figure. And for a contemporary society facing new global threats, from climate change to cyber conflict, his model of strategic alliances, his unshakable moral principles, and his willingness to accept unpopularity could offer valuable lessons. His story shows how inconspicuous personalities can transform into decisive figures when fate catapults them into the spotlight. Over time, this humble Missourian, who saw himself above all as a simple servant of the state, remains the embodiment of the idea that righteousness can lead a nation through trials and redefine American leadership. The man whom history will call Augustus was born under the name Gaius Octavius on September 23, 63 BC, born in a simple quarter of the Palatine. Although his lineage was linked to an ancient, influential family of knights, few would have expected that he would one day transform Rome, a republic rooted in centuries-old traditions, into something radically new. By blood, he was the great-nephew of Julius Caesar, but this degree of relationship by no means promised an extraordinary fate. During his childhood, Gaius Octavius grew up in a Rome that was already deeply scarred by civil wars. Power struggles raged in the Senate as powerful generals such as Sulla, Pompey, and then Caesar vied for supremacy. He lost his father very early and was raised by his mother, Atia, a resolute woman, and a circle of influential relatives. Atia recognized the political dangers that threatened her son and knew that he would have to assert himself skillfully in order to survive. Even in his youth, Octavius understood that life in Rome required solid alliances, strategic marriages, and seemingly unwavering loyalty. In private, however, flexibility was required. He studied rhetoric and Roman law, and learned to see through the Senate's subtle power games. He was described as quiet, alert, and with remarkable composure for his age. The turning point of his fortunes came in 46 BC, when Julius Caesar ennobled victor over Gallians and political rivals, adopted him posthumously, and named him his heir. Caesar took him to Spain on a smaller campaign, giving him an insight into the military world. Octavius' seriousness impressed Caesar's staff officers, although few saw him as a future great ruler. At this time, Caesar was at the height of his power. He instituted reforms, reorganized the Senate, expanded Roman citizenship, and was rumored to be toying with monarchical ambitions. Rumors said that he wanted to be crowned king. Then came the ideas of March. 44 BC Caesar fell under 23 stabs. Betrayed by those he called his friends, Brutus and Cassius among them, Octavius. Then studying in Greece, learned of the assassination attempt on Caesar. Initially shaken, he quickly realized that there was more at stake than the loss of his mentor. His own safety was now at risk. But a surprise awaited him. Caesar's will named him heir, a huge leap for a young man barely out of puberty. Many senators did not take him seriously and viewed him as a pawn. Marcus Antonius, Caesar's close confidant, was considered the natural successor. Octavius, however, was no plaything. He cautiously returned to Italy, took the name Gaius Julius Caesar, Octavianus, Octavian for short, and proudly emphasized his status as Caesar's adopted son, rightful heir to his name, aura, and ambitions. His arrival in Rome was to shake the Republic. Marcus Antonius, charismatic and bold in nature, tried to belittle Octavian by dismissing him as a mere child. The Roman Senate, still traumatized by Caesar's dictatorship, hoped to stoke tensions between Antony and Octavian in order to weaken both and restore the Senate's authority. All of Rome held its breath and feared that a new civil war could break out. Octavian played a subtle card. He tried to win the support of Caesar's veterans, skillfully distributed the inheritance he left behind, and presented himself as a pious son who faithfully remembered his adoptive father. At the same time, he pretended to cooperate with the Senate and led them to believe that he supported their efforts to curb Antony's ambitions. A crucial turning point came when Cicero, the famous orator and former consul, recognized Octavian as a useful tool. Driven by a deep hatred of Antony, Cicero wrote a series of impassioned speeches, the Philippics, in which he denounced Antony as the new tyrant. Octavian, he believed, would be a young, malleable ally through whom the Republic could be restored. But the old orator seriously underestimated Octavian. Behind his modest demeanor, the young man hid an iron will. With support from the Senate, Octavian raised an army to confront Antony, which led to fierce fighting in northern Italy at Mutina. Antony survived, but the fighting strengthened Octavian's reputation. He was not a puppet master, but a real military leader. However, the alliance between Octavian and the Senate did not last long. He quickly realized that the senators neither wanted him to gain power nor to fundamentally reform the state. They had used him as they had used Caesar, and in their eyes he should remain their instrument. Octavian then changed his strategy. He formed an alliance with his former rivals, Marcus Antonius and Lepidus. This is how it came into being in 43 BC, the Second Triumvirate. This legally recognized pact gave them almost absolute powers to reorganize the Republic. Together, they drew up proscription lists and eliminated many of their enemies, including Cicero himself. In a wave of political violence, the Roman Empire was divided. Lepidus received Africa, Antony the East, and Octavian the West, within a single year of Caesar's assassination. The young Octavian had risen to the heights of power and become a central player in Rome's future, but the rule over the West, consisting of Italy, Gaul, and Spain, proved to be a real test. He had to deal with uncooperative legions, war-weary citizens, and demanding veterans. Meanwhile, Marcus Antonius continued his campaigns in the East and deepened his political and romantic connection with Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. Lepidus, on The other hand gradually faded into the background, unable to keep up. The triumvirate developed into a bipolar power struggle between Octavian and Antony to consolidate his authority in Italy. Octavian distributed land to Caesar's soldiers, a move that, while strategic, also entailed the forced relocation of many farming families and sowed resentment and despair in the provinces. Nevertheless, Octavian transformed these resettlements into gestures of generosity. In return, he expected the veterans' unwavering loyalty, so he gradually built a personal power base, bypassing the old Roman elites who disapproved of his rise. Tensions quickly erupted into open conflict. In 41 BC, in 400 BC, a rebellion led by Lucius Antonius, brother of Marcus Antonius and Fulvia, wife of Antonius, attempted to reconquer Italy in the name of their leader. Octavian besieged the city of Perusia. After bitter resistance, the city was forced to surrender due to hunger. The retaliation was harsh and bloody, cementing Octavian's reputation as a relentless man. Despite this internal conflict, Antony and Octavian were temporarily reconciled through the Treaty of Brins in 40 BC to seal peace. Antony married Octavian's sister, Octavia, a political union more than a real marriage. This move was intended to strengthen the unity of the triumvirate, but astute observers recognized the questionable stability of this ceasefire. Antony returned to the east, resumed his relationship with Cleopatra, and began campaigns against the Parthians. Octavia, left behind in Rome, became the symbol of this mere facade of peace. At the same time, Octavian faced a new threat: Sextus. Pompeius, son of the famous Pompey Magnus, controlled Sicily and threatened Rome's grain supply with his pirate fleet. Faced with the threat of famine, Octavian turned to his loyal confidant and later commander-in-chief, Marcus Agrippa, the clever naval strategist. Agrippa and Octavian worked together to develop a new maritime strategy for Rome. They trained recruits, built more powerful ships, and established a fleet that was a match for any Mediterranean power. In 36 BC, in 400 BC, Agrippa Sextus defeated Pompey in a number of decisive battles, including the naval battle of Naulochus. This victory enabled Octavian to capture Sicily, a strategically important island that controlled grain routes and thus ensured supplies to Italy. In the meantime, Lepidus tried to assert his right to Sicily, but his legions, unwilling to follow a weakening leader, switched to Octavian. Lepidus was removed from his triumvirate position and relegated to an insignificant priesthood with no real power. From then on, only two men of the original triumvirate remained, Octavian and Marcus Antonius, each ruling over vast territories and wary of the other's hegemonic ambitions. Antony's campaigns in the east were disastrous. His attempt in 36 BC, conquering the Parthians in the 4th century BC, ended in a costly retreat, marked by high human and material losses. Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, determined to maintain her influence and empire, financed Antony's further military offensives. Their political and private alliance reinforced their shared goal of dominating the eastern Mediterranean. Antony went so far as to officially recognize the children fathered with Cleopatra, including one with Julius Caesar, and assign them Roman-conquered territories. These gifts of Alexandria outraged the Roman public. Many saw this as a blatant transfer of Roman territory to a foreign dynasty. Rumors made the rounds in Rome. Some claimed that Cleopatra had enchanted Antony, others that he was planning a parallel Eastern Empire with her in which they would rule. Together, Octavian cleverly used this mood for his propaganda. He portrayed Antony as a man dominated by a seductive foreign queen who betrayed Roman values. This depiction struck a chord with the Roman people, who were fed up with foreign adventures and distrusted rulers from the East. Octavian methodically built his image as a defender of Rome against foreign influence. In 32 BC, in 400 BC, he persuaded the Senate to revoke Antony's powers, relying on the discovery of Antonio's will, which recognized Cleopatra's children as legitimate heirs. This was perceived as a direct provocation and an irreversible point. Civil war became inevitable. Although Octavian lacked the martial aura of his rival, he did have a decisive trump card: Agrippa. In 31 BC, the final confrontation took place off the coast of Greece in the waters of Actium in the 4th century BC. On the one hand, Marcus Antonius and Cleopatra combined their fleet, consisting of powerful Egyptian and Roman ships. On the other hand, Octavian placed his forces under the strategic leadership of Agrippa. The scenario was monumental. Two massive fleets vied for dominance in the Ionian Sea. The operation went far beyond a simple sea battle. The fate of the Roman world was at stake. For Cleopatra, everything depended on this battle. A victory would redefine the balance of power in the Mediterranean. Defeat would mean the end of their imperial dream. In the run-up to the battle, Antonio's ranks thinned, desertions increased, and the morale of the troops collapsed. Cleopatra's constant presence at his side unsettled the soldiers, who increasingly saw this war as a purely Roman affair. In contrast, Octavian conveyed a clear message: to save Rome from the clutches of a foreign queen. On September 2nd, 31 BC, the long-awaited conflict broke out in the 4th century BC. The fleets faced each other in turbulent waters. Antonio's heavier ships suffered under Agrippa's skillful tactics, while his lighter and more agile ships gained the upper hand through effective maneuvers. Cleopatra, aboard her fleet, held back and did not take an active part in the battle. Then suddenly, to everyone's consternation, she left the battle. Was it panic, or a well-planned move? Whatever the case, Antony, torn between his loyalty to the troops and his love for the queen, broke off the fight to follow her. Without their commander, the remaining forces fell into disarray. Agrippa took the opportunity to destroy the enemy fleet. Most of the ships were captured or set on fire. This devastating victory marked a historic turning point. Actium was not only a military triumph, but also the removal of the last serious obstacle on Octavian's path to autocracy. In the following months, Octavian pursued Antony and Cleopatra all the way to Egypt. In August 30th BC, his troops besieged Alexandria. In 500 BC, Antony, believing that he had been betrayed and falsely hearing of Cleopatra's death, fell on his sword. Cleopatra, when she saw the fall of her city, and to avoid being presented as a trophy in Rome, she too took her own life, according to legend, with the help of a poisonous aspis. With the death of Cleopatra, Egypt, the last independent Hellenistic kingdom, was incorporated into the Roman Empire. Octavian, now without a rival, returned in 29 BC back to Rome in Splendor to celebrate the peace regained after so many years of civil war. The gates of the Temple of Janus, a symbol of the state of war, were closed. The Senate, weary of war, placed its hopes in this victorious young man. He was proclaimed emperor, commander-in-chief, and awarded a series of unprecedented honors. But Octavian, learning from Caesar's assassination, realized that too ostentatious an exercise of power could bring about his own destruction. He set out to initiate Rome's most lasting transformation, the transition from republic to empire. As he gradually consolidated his authority, Augustus realized that his most delicate yet crucial task for the future of Rome was to secure a stable succession. In a now transformed republican form of government, in which elected magistrates had previously been the norm and the idea of a hereditary monarchy could have reignited old republican resentments, this was a tremendous challenge. Since he did not have a son of his own from his marriages, Augustus initiated a complex family strategy. He forged a dynastic network of alliances through adoptions and carefully arranged marriages. At the center of this political conception was his only daughter, Julia. She was married to several pretenders to the throne, one after the other, first to his nephew, Marcellus, then to Agrippa, his most loyal general and longtime companion, and finally to Tiberius, his capable and strict stepson. Rome, full of curiosity and anticipation, watched each of these marriage alliances with an anxious mix of intrigue and hope. The people and Senate hoped that a worthy heir would continue the Pax Romana founded under Augustus. At the same time, the emperor did not shy away from interfering in the private lives of the elite and issuing ambitious moral laws. He promulgated a series of legislation to promote marriage and birth rates, and to severely punish adultery and long-term celibacy. Officially, these laws were presented as an attempt to restore Rome's ancient virtues, discipline, family, honor, temperance, but, in fact, they also served to consolidate moral stability in the interests of the regime. In an empire that was still marked by decades of civil war, Augustus wanted to impose a new normal in which private order would mirror the public order. However, this control over citizens' privacy did not meet with unanimous approval. Some senators and aristocrats criticized disproportionate interference in their private lives. But for many, these reforms represented the promise of a more coherent, stable future after the turmoil of the past. In terms of foreign policy, the empire experienced highlights and dramas during its expansion. Augustus stationed garrisons on the Rhine to tame Germanic tribes. In the east, he made alliances with client kings to stabilize sensitive regions without involving the Roman army too heavily. But not every attempt at expansion was successful. The most consequential event was undoubtedly the Varus catastrophe in 09 AD in the Teutoburg forest. 3 Roman legions were ambushed and massacred by Germanic tribes led by Arminius, a local chieftain who had studied Roman tactics. This defeat, in which around 15,000 soldiers lost their lives, deeply shocked the emperor. According to historical accounts, Augustus, broken by this tragedy, wandered around his palace shouting, "Quintilius, Varus, give me back my legions." This brutal military setback ended any expansionist ambitions beyond the Rhine. A traumatized Rome adopted a more defensive posture on its northern borders, preferring to secure existing territorial gains rather than risk new losses. However, despite this shock, Augustus managed to maintain the cohesion of the empire. The Senate, although weakened, retained a formal function, while the people largely accepted the new regime as a safer alternative to the incessant unrest of the past. Augustus' rule continued, and from then on was characterized by the desire to consolidate his work. No longer just the restorer of order, he had become the architect of a new state, half republican, half imperial, whose foundations and pillars he controlled in every respect. After a series of devastating defeats in Germania, Augustus decided to abandon all hopes of major conquests in that region. He established the border of the empire at the Rhine. This military setback was like a trauma in the Roman consciousness. He brutally revealed that the empire had its limits and not every area could be conquered. Augustus recognized that consolidating existing provinces was sometimes more valuable than endless conquests. Politically, the Principate conveyed an image of harmony and consensus. The Senate passed exuberant decrees and granted Augustus tribunician power for life, enabling him to propose or reject any law. He used this power sparingly, at least outwardly. Freed from immediate threats, his rule focused on the celebration of Roman greatness, majestic triumphal arches, magnificent cult festivals, and coins bearing his portrait and the title, Father of the Fatherland. The Roman aristocracy competed in flattery to glorify the imperial family, often exaggerating their loyalty to secure the favor of power. Meanwhile, the people benefited from urban improvements, better infrastructure, circus games, public feasts. The famous bread and circuses became reality. Although Augustus proudly proclaimed that he did not indulge in personal debauchery, he lived a relatively simple life in a modest residence on the Palatine Hill, rather than in a gilded palace. But tensions simmer within his family. His daughter Julia, whom he married 2 men in his circle for political reasons, rejected these constraints and led a scandalous life. She partied with young patricians, and there were rumors of numerous affairs with which she mocked her father's moral edicts. Ultimately, Augustus made a painful decision. He banished his own daughter. This measure broke his heart, but he considered it essential to maintaining the moral credibility of his regime. The people learned a bitter lesson from this. Even Augustus, paragon of virtue, was unable to impose order in his own house. The blow was all the harder when the grandchildren he had favored died young, thus shattering his carefully laid out succession plans. Tiberius, stern and distant, gradually established himself as the likely heir. The relationship between Augustus and his stepson was cold, characterized by mistrust, but there was no alternative. Culturally, the time of Augustus is often referred to as the Golden Age, thanks to his patron Maecenas and his art-promoting policies. Roman literature shone with brilliant writers. Virgil's Aeneid linked the Trojan legends to the fate of Rome and gave the Julio-Claudian dynasty mythical legitimacy. Livy wrote a comprehensive history of Rome, extolling its traditional virtues, while carefully avoiding the bloody episodes of the civil wars. Ovid, in turn, thrilled the audience with his love and myth poems, but his free tone and possibly his lack of respect for the values set by Augustus led to his banishment. This step highlighted the narrow limits of artistic freedom at the time, a fragile balance between freedom and the ideological line dictated by the ruler. Roman sculptors and architects reached an artistic peak by combining Greek inspiration with an independent Roman style. Monuments such as the Arapacis, the Altar of Peace, continue to embody the grandeur and ideal of stability of Augustus' reign. By the beginning of the 1st century AD, the Principate, founded by Augustus, had secured more than 20 years of relative peace. The children grew up without knowing civil wars, which was a profound change compared to the previous generation. Some nostalgics lamented the lost republican freedom. However, many others believed that strong central authority ensured stability. Knights and senators sometimes grudgingly conceded that they lived better under the authority of an individual than under the republic's chaotic elections and political assassinations. But a lingering concern remained. What would happen if Augustus died suddenly? Could the Principate outlast its founder? Was it possible that one man's will alone kept the empire united? In the final years of his reign, Augustus secretly prepared the transfer of power. He slowly conferred the trappings of supreme power on Tibet, hoping to avoid the brutal vacancy of power that had followed Caesar's assassination. But was the Roman world really ready to accept a dynastic monarchy? This model was at odds with the republican legacy that still lived in the collective memory. Nevertheless, the process had long since begun. The era of Augustus deeply entrenched the idea of a state embodied by a single man. In 14 AD, Augustus was an old man. His hair was grey, his health was failing, but his authority remained unbroken. He had spent decades perfecting the machinery of the Principate, controlling the army, the judiciary, and religion. Inwardly, he thought about the end of his life. The aim was to provide Tibet with a seamless transition. Some doubted that Tibet had the charisma or humanity of his predecessor, but no other candidate had sufficient legitimacy. In the summer of the same year, Augustus went on a trip to southern Italy with Tibet. Was this a symbol of transfer of power, or just an inspection trip? The fact is that his health deteriorated rapidly. Near Nola, exactly where his father had died decades before, Augustus lay down. He chatted sporadically with Tiberius and the members of his entourage. According to tradition, his last words had a theatrical sound. He compared his life to a play and smiled and asked for applause if he had played his role well. On August 19, 14, Augustus died at the age of 75. He had ruled the empire for over 40 years, far longer than anyone had ever predicted. News of his death spread quickly. Rome sank into mourning. The Senate declared him a god, Divus Augustus, continuing the deification process that began with Julius Caesar. The population, which had never known adult life without his presence, was disoriented. Ceremonies, speeches, and funeral processions were organized to maintain a sense of continuity. Tiberius adopted the title princeps and respected the forms created by his predecessor. But one unrest remained. No other figure had shaped the Pax Romana as much as he did. In the months that followed, Rome began to come to terms with its loss. Loyal senators had statues and monuments erected. Families told how their ancestors had endured civil wars until Augustus restored peace. Some early officials cried, others used the transition period to advance in the provinces. Local elites who had flourished under imperial patronage wondered about Tiberius's intentions. The legions were also worried. Some hoped for bonuses, others called for reforms. This led to mutinies in Rhineland and Pannonia, but Tiberius managed to put them down with the help of his nephew Germanicus. Over time, historians began to weave Augustus' reign into the grand narratives of the past. Titus Livy had already glorified him. Others were more reserved, acknowledging that Augustus had ended the civil wars, but at the price of republican freedoms. A new generation, born into the Pax Romana, knew the Republic only from the accounts of their ancestors. For them, it was self-evident that a single man would embody the state, have coins minted with his image, and rule the Senate. The memories of the civil wars became distant stories. Augustus, however, emerged in the collective memory as an almost fatherly figure, the man who had brought peace. The darker nuances of his rule, manipulations, purges, power games, took a back seat to the legend. Augustus' personal drama within his own house profoundly influenced his paternalistic attitude toward the empire. The disappointments surrounding His daughter, Julia, the repeated succession failures, and the strategic marriages he orchestrated left deep scars. Although he wanted to establish his family as a moral example for all Roman society, betrayals and intimate scandals undermined this image. Julia, once a symbol of his dynastic ambitions, was sent into exile after accusations of adultery, a painful sanction that clearly demonstrated how much the state's interests trumped family ties. Some ancient chroniclers described Augustus as distant, even ruthless, toward those he once cared for. But the surviving, albeit fragmentary, letters reveal a man torn between his duty as a ruler and his impulses of tenderness. He wept silently for his toughest decisions, aware that his position forced him to suppress his emotions in the name of imperial order. This strictness also extended to the religious area. Under his rule, the imperial cult took shape in the provinces. Temples were built in honor of Divus Iulius, his deified adoptive father, especially in Gaul and Asia Minor. Augustus himself, although he had carefully avoided any personal worship, in Italy gradually allowed himself to be worshipped as a semi-divine figure on the outskirts of the empire. This subtly staged practice strengthened the unity of the empire by fusing local traditions with loyalty to Rome. The provincial elites, eager to secure the favor of the central power, erected altars and organized celebrations in his honor. The central paradox of his rule lies in this duality. He always portrayed himself as the restorer of the republic, while at the same time concentrating all the tools of power in his hands. His government was a masterpiece of balance, just enough of a republican facade to appease Roman sensitivities, yet enough centralized authority to maintain stability. The Senate remained, the magistracies continued, but their power was diluted. The majority of decisions came from one man, Augustus. This system enabled a period of relative peace, the famous Pax Romana. The major roads were safe, trade flourished, and laws were applied more uniformly. The Roman Empire experienced a period of demographic growth, cultural exchange, and architectural splendor. Monuments bearing the hallmarks of the new Augustan order rose up in the provinces. Even the first Christian communities that emerged later benefited from this stability. They traveled along the roads built under Augustus to spread their faith, without realizing that the imperial foundation made such mobility possible for them. Over the generations, the image of Augustus turned into a myth. His followers oscillated between veneration and attempts to imitate him. Some tried to follow his standard of moderation and reform. Others, like Caligula or Nero, sank into excesses, which in contrast made Augustus' mastery clear. He remained the model of the good emperor, just prudent, visionary, although the reality was more nuanced, characterized by cold calculations and ruthless will. Therein lies the genius of Augustus, in his ability to embody multiple faces, restorer of tradition, peacemaker, but also manipulator of images, relentless strategist, and founder of a veiled monarchy. Under his rule, the republic was transformed into an empire without a majority protesting against it, out of war weariness or recognition of the benefits of stability. The people accepted this change. Thus, in one man, Rome found balance after decades of chaos. What the reluctant senators had not initially understood, this young heir to Caesar, so calm, so polite, so methodical, was that he would become the ruler of their world, not through brute force, but through the art of compromise, patience, and the projection of a reassuring image. Monarchical power posed a significant risk in a republican Rome still reeling from Caesar's dictatorship. Octavian, designated heir and young political talent, knew he had to take a new path. He could not brutally assert his authority without provoking an uprising. What Rome needed was peace, but at the same time, continuity. Octavian understood this. He had to portray himself not as a tyrant, but as a restorer of the old order, while keeping the reins of power firmly in his hands. In 27 BC, in the 1st century BC, Octavian made a grand gesture. He officially handed over powers to the Senate and the Roman people. This carefully orchestrated act was hailed as an act of modesty, even though everyone knew that the real levers of power remained in his hands. In return, the Senate, concerned about maintaining political stability, awarded him the title Augustus, the Venerable One. This name officially marked the birth of the Principate, a republican facade that hid a de facto monarchy. Augustus adopted well-considered titles: Prince First Citizen, Emperor Commander-in-Chief, Pontiff Maximus, Chief Priest roles. That gave him unrestricted authority over the army, religion, and state. He began a wave of reforms, reorganizing the legions, appointing provincial governors with integrity, and fighting corruption through frequent rotation of officials. Under his leadership, a genuine imperial administration emerged, based on freedmen and members of the knighthood who were loyal to the new regime. The senatorial powers were masterfully circumvented, without direct confrontation. The people, war-weary after the civil wars, received this new order with relief. Augustus, master of political orchestration, initiated massive construction projects. He claimed that he found Rome in bricks and left it in marble. Temples, aqueducts, and public theaters all served to glorify his vision of a united and prosperous Rome. Poets like Virgil and Horace sang of its glory and formed an image of an empire blessed by the gods, led by one man in a harmonious balance of tradition and progress. But not everything was idyllic. The rumors continued. Was this restorer of the Republic actually a cleverly masked autocrat? Political purges, silent banishments, and prescription lists against former rivals reminded some of the dark days of the dictatorship. Nevertheless, the relative peace made possible the famous Pax Romana, flourishing trade relations, cultural development, and the growth of the empire, to ensure the continuity of his work. Augustus faced a painful reality. He had no biological son. He tried to establish a dynasty through strategic marriage and calculated adoption policies. His daughter Julia became a pawn in this political chess game. Married successively to various potential heirs, she eventually ended up in exile, victim of scandals that the emperor could not tolerate. The campaigns on the borders were often bloody. In the Alps and Hispania, the legions expanded Roman influence, sometimes at the cost of heavy losses. Verus' defeat in Germania, in which 3 legions were destroyed, shocked Augustus. He was seen walking round his palace, muttering, "Verus, give me back my legions." Nevertheless, his rule was not based on military glory. Augustus recognized that stability and everyday normality were more important than triumphal processions. He let his generals shine in his place, favoring the role of a wise benefactor who orchestrated an empire that seemed to be based on reason rather than force. At his death, the system he had created appeared to be solidified. His designated successor, Tiberius, continued the line drawn by the founder, albeit in a stricter manner. The Senate never dared to truly restore the Republic. The empire, as Augustus had designed it, had taken root. The personal authority of the emperor, hidden behind republican forms, lasted for centuries. Augustus' legacy never disappeared. Each successive emperor, whether he claimed his line or distanced himself from it, had to wrestle with his shadow. The name Augustus became a title, a symbol of legitimacy, wisdom, and balance. Even when imperial power degenerated under Caligula or Nero, the memory of Augustus remained a constant point of reference. Historians are still debating. Today, was he an enlightened benefactor or a skillful manipulator? Probably both. He reformed the state, reorganized finances, revived agriculture, and promoted the arts, but at the cost of sacrificing political freedom. He did not eliminate his opponents with noise, but through strategic action. He did not destroy the Republic, but absorbed it. In short, Augustus was the architect of a Roman compromise. He combined tradition with modernity, conservatism with reform. He transformed the dying republic into a stable empire. In doing so, he changed the fate of Rome and the West for centuries. Some shrewd courtiers thrived under Augustus, whispering half-truths to maintain their influence and remain in the good graces of power. This dynamic, a mix of flattery, suspicion, and intrigue, would continue to haunt future emperors. From the suspicious gaze of Tiberius to the theatrical paranoia of Nero, the system introduced by Augustus, cleverly hidden behind a republican simplicity, already harbored the seeds of autocratic excesses. Architecturally, Augustus left his mark throughout the empire. The city of Rome was decorated with magnificent monuments: the Forum Augustum, the Temple of Mars, of the Avenger, and the Aerapasses, the Altar of Peace. These buildings were not only an expression of religious piety, but also embodied the combination of art and a political message. Every column, frieze, and relief proclaimed the stability, grandeur, and legitimacy of the new imperial order. In provincial towns, from Spain to Asia Minor, local elites imitated the Augustan style. They built temples for the imperial cult and adopted Roman architectural motifs. This cultural assimilation created a Roman identity that transcended tribal boundaries and local loyalties. Even in the Greek-dominated East, where Hellenistic culture had long dominated, the Augustan era marked a new synthesis. Greek tradition merged with Roman government under the idea of a common pax Romana. To analyze the rise and reign of Augustus is also to reflect on his lasting influence on governance. The next 4 centuries of Roman history were marked by a constant tension between the apparent modesty they inherited from Augustus and the reality of those emperors who demanded worship or gave in to their whims. The 5 good emperors from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius sought to emulate the virtues of Augustus: administrative rigor, stoicism, and commitment to the common good. Other rulers, such as Caligula and Commodus, threw all presumptions of modesty overboard and opened the empire to the abuses of uncontrolled autocracy. And yet the concept of the princeps, the first among citizens, never completely disappeared. It changed gradually and finally merged under Diocletian into the bureaucratic, authoritarian figure of the Dominus, the Lord. To this day, in the popular imagination, Augustus remains an image reminiscent of a sculptor. He took the broken fragments of the Republic and formed a new state structure out of them. He did not limit himself to pacifying Rome, but reinvented its institutions so profoundly that later generations could hardly imagine a return to the old Republic. Even centuries after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, its centralized state structure continued to have an impact and shaped medieval and modern states. His name, Augustus, became synonymous with a just but decisive ruler. The extent of his innovations can hardly be overestimated. Under his leadership, Rome transformed from a city-state to an imperial power. Civil wars, triumvirates, and internal conflicts gave way to centralized rule that would last, for better or for worse. For 1,000 years, Augustus' greatest triumph was to establish a stable system where the power ambitions of individual generals had previously dominated. The price, however, was the disappearance of republican freethinkers, replaced by an empire that depended entirely on the whim of one man. This compromise between order and freedom is still controversial today. Some consider it indispensable to ensure stability and prosperity. Others lament the loss of civil liberties as a tragedy. Regardless, the story of Augustus remains a masterful lesson in political reinvention, how flexible ambition, wrapped in a paternal image, can resurrect a political order from its ashes. Thus ends the tale of Augustus, the shy young man who became emperor and silently introduced monarchy into the heart of Rome, while at the same time cloaking it in the robes of ancient tradition. Through this artistry he irrevocably changed the course of Western civilization.